what's going on. Something's going on here.
All right, I'll be back in the second in a sec.
Yeah, there's something wacky. Oh, Nick, can you hear me? Okay, let's see. Sorry. Uh, uh, let's have a look. Yeah. Okay. Well, can you hear the Oh, oh no, I can hear myself double. But can you see my screen? I did a share screen with you. Okay. All right. That's good. Well, that'll go live and that'll be a direct feed. Hold on. I can also hear myself on the stream. Let's just mute the stream. But at least I can hear myself. Okay. All right. All right, guys. If yeah, me. Can you guys let me know if you can hear Nick on the stream? We've got round 2 hopefully coming up. I can see David, Greg. So I think there's 4 people watching now because they restarted the stream. Nick, talk away. I know people are watching. Can you please let us know if you can first hear me and first hear Nick? Because we've got some good matches going on. So yeah, if you're viewing now, please type up. I'm just going to decide who. Okay, oh that's cool. Okay, that's cool. Oh well, can you hear us? I'll give that to. I'm going to give the pairings to Ian to make a decision. Um, yeah, we do get to choose. Ian's going to choose a feature match right there, right now. Well, I could hear me when I unmuted that. Let's see. Aggro Ira. It's Control Ira is where it's at, man. Control Ira is where it's at. Yeah. Actually, what I'll do is, all right, I'll get my wife to check the stream now because I'm hoping we can hear you. But yeah, I think possibly a little over text here. So we've got 4 viewers. We yeah, error. YouTube not receiving enough video to maintain a smooth. As such, viewers will experience. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Let's go. Fucking Discord. Let's go to Discord. All right. Have I got something from you? Where is my friends? Yes. Oh no. Trying to see if I've got any kind of request from you. Wait, pending. Here we go. Accept. All right. I have accepted it. All right. All right. Would you want to cancel that? Oh, hey Nick. All right, I can hear you. Yeah, voice connected, and I'll share my screen with you. All right. Well, we can definitely. All right, you just talk for a second. Uh, no, let's see if I can pick you up on the dis. Possibly. Yes, I think I can hear volume from you. If you just talk, I should be able to see you on the mic. All right. Yeah. We decided the best way to test it was to actually just run it. Apparently, my wife says I can only hear one side of your conversation. Yeah, for those of you that are watching there, sorry, I'm actually talking to Nick, and I'm trying to figure out how to get him on the stream. Let's have a look. 'Cause this is where confusion comes in. Right. Yeah, because they can hear me, they can hear one side, but not Nick, and I'm still wondering if it's because of the.
We'll probably have to sort it out after this round then.
Okay, Nick, I'm going to wait. We'll disconnect now. I'm going to go talk to my streaming guru, and see if he can get. So just stay tuned. Because it's not. It's people only only hearing me. So, although those out there, all right. So I'll just stop there because I think also, yeah. All right, I'll come back to you, Nick. Give us like a few minutes, and if you can watch the stream as well. Alright, I'll just stop sharing and I'll just disconnect this.
Alright. So we've got, this is Iron Mirror, it's Nick versus Kale.
Okay, alright, so let's hold on, hold on. I'll disconnect, here we go. Alright, so let's see if we've got a decent stream. No, that's you. All right. All right. Do you want to go in front of there?
So you just need to change. So this is Nick Anderson and Kale. You've gone double capital and stuck Kale's name. All right. Just let them know.
Okay, just talk.
All right, here we are, round two. So round two, we have what looks like a mirror match, but from what I have heard, Kale is playing an interesting build of Ira, and Nick looks like he's going a little bit more traditional, going with the Kodachi and the Zephyr Needle, whereas Kale has gone with double Kodachi. Of course, these two know each other quite well, two Auckland regulars who have played a lot together. So this should be an interesting match. You'll notice that Kale has chosen to go with the vest of the First Fist over the spring tunic, which I believe is a more aggro approach, trying to just on that kill turn get those extra resources to finish the job. And of course, the 1,000 scratches that are going to happen starts with 1. Nick moves forward. Zephyr now coming in for 3. Cal throws the block in there. Of course, being that it's the second attack this turn, it gets the +1 off Ira's ability. Such a great ability. Really simple, but nice and easy. Nick playing the Razor Reflex on that. And then follows it up with a Pounding Gale. Oof. Just straight stats here, but it does draw out the block from Kale, and also it gets a counter on that Breaking Scales early, which Nick will be pretty happy about. So first turn 4 damage put through from Nick, and let's see what Kale can do on their response. Of course, starts with that traditional ninja, just coming in, scratching. Kadachi for 2 here with Ira's ability. Block from Nick. Soulbead Strike. This is a great card here. Although Nick's trying to shut it down with Singh below, but Kale has a Razor Reflex of his own. We didn't pick this match just because of the number of Razor Reflexes that were going to be played, but Radio Reflex is fully on board with the amount of Razor Reflexes being played in this match. Oh, Salt the Wound to finish off. That is a nice turn there. Coming in with the 3 hits. Again, forcing Nick to use another card out of his hand, which is really the key in the ninja matchup, is to get those cards out of their hand, so their swing back turn is not as effective. Nick here swinging with the Kadachi and the needle. Kale blocking the needle. Oh, see there, Kale purposely made sure that he was under life to get that scar for scar turned on. Flick flack block with the Breaking Scales to put pay to that first attack. Now coming in with the Kadachi for 2. Nick choosing to take that, going down to 14. Leg tap off the back end. This is again just a lot more aggressive nature the Ira deck here by Kale than some of the more controlling Iras that have been going around after Blitzcon. Heron's Flight used there to block by Nick. Kadachi again, the death by 1,000 cuts strategy, trying to get in here. Again though, Nick really hasn't had a lot to do because he has had to block so much, so his hands have not been optimal. And Kyle here, again, taking that there, going down to 12, or going down to 11, I should say, remembering Ira's ability. And I would imagine this is quite possibly B because he just wants to swing back with all 4 cards in his hand. Possibly another scar for scar. Leading out now with that Kadachi. again, Nick needs to try and hold on to some cards so he gets a chance to swing back next turn. But at some point he can't just keep taking damage. So this Kodachi coming in for 2 thanks to the +1 off Ira's ability for the second attack of the turn. Blue Flick Flack there. 1 resource point left for Kale. E-Strike, oof. Draws a card off it, so coming in for 5. Blocking there. Of course, getting the bonus off Flick Flack with the block. Ooh, head jab, I should say. And then, whirling Mist Blossom. That is a killer follow-up. It's really going to force Nick to probably have to block here. Because he just can't afford to give Kale those extra cards that the hit effect on Whirling Mist Blossom would have given. So again, Nick down to just 2 cards. One of them is an E-Strike, so going here with the E-Strike, I'm guessing he's coming in for 7. Just trying to put pressure on Kale. Kale takes it and goes down to 1. The Razor Reflex from there, but Kale holding on to his full set of hands. I'm guessing he is going to try and kill him this turn. Does look like Nick has a Sigil though in his hand, so that's going to help him a little bit. Ooh, leg tap. Getting the +1 off Ira's ability. Forcing Nick realizing he's probably not going to get to another use out of Tunic, so uses that to block with. Torrent of Tempo now. Now this is tough with what Nick's got in his hands. I think he's going to have to let this hit. Just due to what is in his hand, which will mean that Torrent of Tempo will get go again, which is not a great space for Nick. Nick having to take the hit and allowing Torrent of Tempo to go again. All snatch to follow up. It's not lethal at the moment, but it is really gonna put a lot of pressure on Nick, and he's not going to have a lot to swing back with next turn. Again, as we see, he has got that Sigil in hand, so he's not dead, but he has got some hard decisions to make about what he wants to do this turn before. Takes it and goes down to 2. So he decided that holding on to that extra card was going to be vital to him, because he only has to get 1 damage through. So here we go. Now Kale is in a point where he has to block from here on out. Coming in with the Needle for 3, blocking with Soul Bead. Now finishing with Torrent of Tempo himself. Really, this is gonna swing it back, and Kale isn't gonna have a lot on the swing back for next turn. That is a good turn for Nick getting back into the game. Two plays one. It's still very much anyone's game. And E strike and line strike for, I'm guessing for 7 here. Just really forcing the 2 to 3 card block. Blocking 2, going to 1. It is 1 apiece. This is going down to the wire, folks. Alright, Nick holding on to a couple of cards. He has got that blue 0 to get the weapons out and running. Kadachi coming for 1. This is all now lethal on Kale, so he has to block everything now. Which that is a big flying kick coming in for 6 with Ira's ability. That means Kale has to discard 2 cards. He's left with 1. Really, the tempo is back in Nick's favour. Kale, though, again, much like his opponent, Nick now has to block everything that comes his way. He is on 1, so all of this is now technically lethal. William Miss Blossom blocks the second Kadachi. So again, here we go. It is coming down to the death by 1,000 cuts. These Kadachis, these Zephyr Needles are really doing a lot of damage and putting a lot of pressure on their opponents. Oh, Command and Conquer forcing Kale to use his whole hand to block it, meaning that all he can do on his turn is draw up and let Nick go back on the offense. This is a huge turn. This now means Nick has 4 cards, only has to do 1 damage. This could be where Nick takes it. Amazingly that Command and Conquer coming at such a good time for Nick, forcing the 3-card block from Kale. Again, back to the Kadachis. Nick's just trying to finish it off here. Crane Dance now. This is going to force a full block. +1. Art of War to get it. Art of War to get the +1 defense. That is solid. That is solid. And he's left him with no cards again, though. Nick just ends his turn by playing Sigil of Solace, gaining 3 life. Kale's deck is getting very thin. He's doing everything he can to survive, but Nick gets another shot at him with 4 cards. This is a lot of pressure for a lot of turns, and I think Kale's going to be very hard pushed to get another window where he can finish the game off. Nick now just really has tempo advantage. Following here, Kadachi has to be blocked. Followed by the Needle, has to be blocked. Double block there. Oh, Pounding Gale. Oh, and there we have it. Ran out of defense. That energy pot. What a swing. This was down to the wire. And again, as we saw, getting so low, those Kadachis and the Needles just... they put on so much pressure. Nick Anderson picking up the win there. Well done to Nick. And Kale so close, yet just a couple of turns where he had to throw his whole hand down to block was the key turning in the game. All right, folks, that was round 2. I hope you enjoyed that. I hope the volume was a little bit better. As we know, we are trying to, this is our first time streaming, so bear with us. But we will be back for round 3. Thanks very much.
let's go here. All right, do you guys want to chat and see if I'll see if the people can?
What are you gonna?
Yeah, it's we're gone live. I put the volume back on again.
All right, so we are trying to get Nick Butcher from Australia in doing some commentary. Nick, we just saw an Ira versus Ira matchup. Is that a surprise, or do you think are you unsurprised to see a number of Iras in the field today? Yeah, yeah. Well, he was also I was talking to him before he's actually playing a bit more of a aggressive Ira as opposed to the sort of mid-range controlling, and I think it's interesting for the other matchups. I think it's pretty tough in the regular Ira matchup though. So and I don't know if. Yeah, I don't know if Nick knew he was playing the aggressive one because the fact that Nick played the Zephyr Needle in that matchup may meant he did have a little bit of knowledge going in. Absolutely. I mean, even in those matchups where, like for instance, the brute matchup is one of those classic things where I think Ira players sometimes have that trap of like, oh, they're only going to be running two defense reactions in the reckless swings, and some people go, oh, I should be able to get a few needle hits in first, but there's nothing more heartbreaking than first turn needle, and they just go reckless swing and kill it. So yeah, I think. You definitely you can't gamble if you think your opponent's going to have the defense reactions. You really have to just go down to the double Kadachi route.
Still can't hear Nick.
Yes. Yeah. 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 Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And that is the thing is that as you said, if it's 2/3 of the way through the game before the Zephyr Needle gets destroyed, then it's done its job. It's just when you lose it early, it can really put you on the back foot. Absolutely. So now, obviously, you couldn't be here today. We're still in travel restrictions. But had you been able to make it today, what deck would you have played yourself? Putting you on the spot. Right. Right. Fair enough. Yeah.
No, we're not getting Nick. I don't know.
Yeah. Sorry, Alan. What's happening?
Yeah, we're not getting Nick. He's not on the stream.
All right, Nick. Apparently, I've just been talking to myself. It's a great conversation. I'm sure people are. We will. I'm not sure. We're just going to jump off the stream now, so people don't just listen to me talking to a one-sided conversation. And hopefully we will be for you, for anyone who's watching. Hopefully we will be back with Nick later in the day, because obviously Nick has got a lot of great insight that we'd love to get on the channel. But we're going to step off the stream now while Alan tries to keep fixing this problem.
Like that, put that, check. And see if we can get your desktop audio properties. Speakers, Realtek, speakers, headphones, default. Okay, check. Can you say so?
Me?
Okay, Ian, do you want to... Yeah, because his audio is going, so you try your audio now, Ian. So
All right, let's try this. And
all right, I'm just going to... Let's just... we are still streaming.
yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
Do you have that, Alan? Can you?
Alright, I'm just going to see if I can see Nick's voice. Alright, just get Nick to talk. Okay, well that might be showing. There might be Nick.
All right.
Alright, well let's see if I can pick it up on my... You guys have a chat and I'll see if I can figure it out.
Right. We're just talking, are we?
Yeah, just talk away. And I'll go outside and see if I can put it on YouTube.
Right. Oh my God. Yeah. It's never fun. It's always a lot more enjoyable with someone else, but it is what it is. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah. Yeah, totally. Yeah, no, it's interesting. I was going to play Brute today if I had played. So I think you're right. I think Brute's a fairly solid choice at the moment. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure. I'm not. Exactly. Yeah. Right. No, exactly.
It's a format where it's just you just die to just random stuff. It doesn't matter. If it's not your day, it's not your day. You're not going to win because you're the best player in the room. It's just how it is.
Yeah.
That's why Blitzes are more
I
appealing to people because people can win out of nowhere and there's no...
Yeah. I totally agree. I think Blitz, you really need to think more about how you're going to win as opposed to how you're going to try and stop other people winning. Because you just with 40 cards, you need to be like, well, I need to get my game plan down and going as consistently and make people deal with me instead of going, oh, I'll put this in for... Like, it was one of the things where I think I saw a lot of Brute players were running like ARG Smash, and I was like, you're not even 100% guaranteed you're going to get a game against Dash, whereas and sometimes it doesn't even pay off for the cost of it. So, like, and I was just like, you know what, a yellow 6 attack is just better in most cases.
Yeah, I don't see why you play that card. I don't know.
I think it was one of those cards that was spoiled, and people were like, because of how dominant Dash had been in Classic Constructed, people were like, oh, I'm going to throw it in because, you know, I'm like, thinking about the past as opposed to what's actually happening now.
If it was blue, I'd say it's probably pretty decent because you can at least play the Alpha Rampage. But yellow, it's like... Yellow, it's like, nah, probably not.
I mean, it blocks for 3. You can pitch it for your weapon, but still, there's just so many better things that it could be.
Yeah, that's what I was saying to Matt about Brute, because he's playing a yellow card that blocks for 2. Well, it doesn't block for 2, but it's yellow Sigil of Solace.
Right? Yeah.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
So, and he's like, oh, it doesn't block for anything, and I just said against Brute, the value doesn't matter because you have no hand to block with. Yeah,
right.
So why does it matter if it blocks? And it's better too because once you get your hand back, you just gain the life back.
Exactly.
That's why I like. That's why I said that card is super good. The yellow sigil.
And I think a lot of people are noticing with the prevalence of more people playing Wizard is that so often Wizard wins come down to being able to do exactly enough damage to you. So having that yellow sigil to be like, oh, and I gain 2, and they're like, well, there goes all my maths. it can
Yeah.
can really be quite backbreaking for the wizard player.
And
Or
even
what?
just I play 2 yellow sigil that nullified your sonic boom. That's
Exactly.
a lot.
Exactly, right?
That's a lot because they only just have enough gas,
Yeah. Yeah.
especially with 4 null runes, and they only have 2 stirs. They can't push. It's hard to push through.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, I think Wizard's really strong. But
It is strong, but I mean, it is probably the deck that needs the most reps put into it. Like you can't,
and even then,
you can't just be like, oh, what's the best deck? Oh, it's Wizard. I'll pick that up and play it at a tournament with no practice or like 3 games. It's just not going to happen.
yeah, I think Brute's or Reiner. I guess I can't say Brute.
Yeah.
I think Reiner is probably the best deck just because it has the highest ceiling.
Yeah.
Where if you go first, you are so heavily favored that it's just not fair if you go first. That's what I think most decks are like that in Blitz, where you go first and you're just so far ahead.
Yeah, totally. I guess Wizard can work from both ways, but still, even then, like first is so good.
That's why I don't like Ira. I think Ira is a deck where you're just preying on your opponent not being as good.
Right.
But if your opponent's playing like a super strong Brute player or Wizard player, or maybe not Wizard, because I think it's kind of hard to get through Ira, but especially Brute, like you could be a worse player and you could just beat them. So because you just have an unbeatable combo, whereas Ira just sits there and doesn't do much.
Yeah.
And so the only advantage that has is that you can't intimidate. If you intimidate for 3 with barrage and beatdowns, it's just not going to do much because they always have a defense rack in their arsenal.
Exactly.
So, but I don't know. I think Brute is that's why I picked Brute to win this event, because it just has the high ceiling. If you just roll 4s, you cannot lose.
Right.
And Ira's just like, attack, Kadachi,
Yeah.
Needle, do very fair things.
Yeah. Yeah.
In a form where I can do unfair things. That's what I think.
I mean, that's what. Funny you say that. That's what we were talking about Alan's Kasai deck the other day. And Kasai is exactly that. It's just a very fair deck, and which, as you say, it's a fair deck in a format where other decks can do unfair things. So it's a good solid deck, and it's I think it's quite a good deck to give new players as well, because it gets the basics of the game out really nicely. But it does suffer from the it's a fair deck when other decks that it comes across at the later end of tournaments are doing unfair things.
I think all of the heroes from Crucible are quite fair and not at the power level as other characters.
Well, I mean, not having specializations is
that's why Kasai isn't as good, because you can't play Singing. Singing Steel Blade is such a strong card.
So
you
good.
just can't play it. When you say to yourself, I got to play around Singing Steel Blade, well, you don't have to, because you can't play it.
Yeah.
It's the issue, right?
Exactly. All right. So I think Alan's about to bring up the next round.
Oh.
All right. So
we've got another Ira Mirror.
Another Ira Mirror. We've got Jacob Pearson, who, of course, a lot of people know he won the first Road to Nationals. In fact, the only person to beat Matt Rogers in a final during Road to Nationals season. So and of course also flatmate of Matt Rogers. So has a lot of testing against Matt, and of course Newson, who is a newer player. He's only been playing a couple of months, but again, former Yu-Gi-Oh player, and has really picked up the game pretty quickly. So this should be an interesting matchup.
Yeah, us Yu-Gi-Oh players get pretty good at Fellowship Blood.
Well, it's just nice playing a good game for once, right?
I can't disagree. But we can see Newson got his flexing with his cold foil Ira. There's not many of those around. Is it cold foil or is it rainbow?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I think it may just
It's
be.
it
It's definitely got
surely
some foil.
maybe foil.
Yeah.
Because we don't Jacob would definitely isn't playing without a full
Yeah.
foil deck. He's playing all the foils, so
Alrighty, so this is going to be interesting. So it is the same setup for both players. So it'll be interesting to see if this is a true mirror or if there is some difference between these decks.
is it internet issues, Alan? Because the it's kind of the frame rate's pretty just dropped dramatically.
I'm not sure about that. Alan, the frame rate, how's that looking?
Something is we're
Alan-
getting excellent connection, but it's getting choppy. So I'm
Yeah,
not sure why.
Alan is looking into that.
We'll get it fixed.
Uh,
But as we get into the game, it's turn one.
Yeah, and we saw Jacob lead out with Kadachi, followed up with a torrent of tempo in yellow, I believe.
Yep.
Newson blocking with a flick flack. So he blocked one Kadachi with a Singh below, and that second.
Oh, and he's got a sigil turn 0.
Oh.
That's the best time to see that one.
Alrighty, so that is a good start there for Newson.
So we see they're both playing Snapdragon. So the Breeze Rider brutes are really falling out of favor, it seems.
It does seem, and I mean, I don't know if that is a matchup specific choice for both of these players, or whether or not it is an overall fall away from the Breeze Riders.
Yeah, so you can't play both because you have to play because people are playing the 4 Null runes and then they have to play the extra
Yeah, of
equipment.
course,
So
yeah.
you only have to choose between one. So it seems a lot of people are going for that Snapdragon because I think it works a lot better with the Find the Center
Yes,
line. You can easily
course.
go. What's the bridge card? The
it's-
fourth Find Center.
Find Center. It's the Crane Dance, is it? Is it Crane?
Something.
Yeah.
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 So you just do the Snapdragon on the Crane Dance and then just hit him with a Find Center and you get that nice Zen State token.
Yeah.
So that's great against a lot of decks.
Yeah.
So I think people are going in for that Snapdragon over the one block that Breeze Rider actually offers.
Alrighty, and again, just very similar turns here. Jacob.
Oh, a 7
mixing
attack.
up 7 Command and Conquer, which is a very very solid, because that's 2 cards in a piece of equipment or 3 card block. Unless Newson is happy to give up his arsenal card. So
And usually they don't have enough cards to block. You know, they play a lot more flick flacks and they play
course.
a lot of defense reacts. So
Yeah.
I don't know what's going
we'll see. And there's a lot of block 2s in this deck, so maybe he does
Yeah.
have to get rid of 3 cards.
yeah.
Jacob's looking confident here, even though I can't see his face. He's as you can see, he's taking the damage.
He's taking it.
He probably can't block it at all, so he's going to get rid of that arsenal, get that
Yeah.
value.
Losing a
Oh,
flick
that's a
flack.
red flick flag. That's huge.
No,
that's
it's
a great card.
It was a blue
it?
flick flack.
Oh, a blue flick flag.
Yeah.
They're both worth.
Still,
They're both pretty much worth
still
identically.
solid. Yeah, still solid. Here we go with that Kadachi leading out.
And we're going to see this a lot. Just a lot of Kadachis,
Yeah,
a
absolutely.
lot of back and forth, baiting out those defense reacts.
Yeah, the death of 1,000 scratches is definitely
Exactly.
a thing with the Ira, and especially this Ira.
The stream has
That's
ended.
Have we just lost the stream? Have we, Alan?
I've just cut Nick's off for a second just to see
Alright.
if
Okay.
it's going to make an improvement. But
All right. All right, I'm going in blind here.
Please, it's speeding up.
All right. Well, it is currently just scratch pass is what's happening at the moment. Newson 2 Kadachi hits and then draws up. Jacob coming
So,
back.
do you think we're going to be seeing a lot of mirror matches for Ira
I think
during the day?
I think so. Definitely at this part of the tournament we will, because I think obviously Ira has a fairly solid matchup against a lot of the field. So you're gonna see in this part of the tournament, you're gonna see a lot of
three O's, two ones in that IRA bracket. So they will start to filter each other out though, which is interesting because. So it will be interesting to see what the end of the Swiss rounds looks like on the top tables, on whether or not it's still all Iris. Jacob,
for sure.
Jacob here is following up with E-Strike. I'm guessing that is for 7. Again, we don't have... Yeah, it is for 7.
Another thing you've got to consider, I know this is a bit... It's niche, but you got to think... People got to think... If you play IRA for this event, you will not be able to get one of those illustrious, very expensive cold foil heroes if you get the top of your class.
Absolutely.
So,
a
lot of these players, they're going for a win.
A lot of those people have. That was one of the talking points before the tournament started. Oh, and this lovely lunging press there by Jacob looks like trying to push through some value on that E-Strike. Forcing Newson to use his second red sink below of the game, so Jacob's not going to be upset about seeing that gone.
Yeah, for sure.
This early, I mean, both players on 16, and this early, he's blasted through a fair amount of the defense reactions in Newson's deck, thanks to some clever play. Yeah, no. What we were saying is that a lot of people are playing for that top 8 as opposed to playing for a cold foil hero. Although that being said, I haven't had a meta breakdown, but we saw an Azalea in the first game. I know with his Viscerais out there, I'm pretty sure that all of the 8 classes are, or the 8 major classes are being played today, so all those cold foils will be given out to people. So there is still plenty to play for if you're playing for best in show.
Yeah, that's why these IRA decks they're going for first place, because they're not going to get that extra value that a Viscerai player would get if there's only one of those in the room.
Exactly. Like I mean, and gone are the days where you could be the only wizard player. Like we saw it.
Oh yeah, for sure.
We saw at Rhodes that a lot of the times the Viscerai and the Ranger player were the one person that played the deck got the cold foil. So
but again, they basically did as well as making top cut, right?
Exactly.
Because those are very rare, those cold foils.
Yeah, but with 44 people in attendance today, definitely every class has been well sorted, and so I think there's definitely going to be you're going to have to win a few games. You're not just going to get handed a cold foil for showing up with the one Viscerai or the one Azalea like some of the earlier tournaments. And I think that's actually a good thing for the game as well, is that you're starting to see a lot of class loyalty amongst the maybe, I mean, casual is probably the wrong word, but loyal fan base. Like there are some people who just really like the class and will stick with it no matter what. Even though at times that it's not the most competitive deck in the format, and I think that's not a bad way to be either, because it does give you a chance to be at the forefront when your class does get that extra gas in a new set, and you all of a sudden you've got a whole lot more reps than a lot of other people. So
yeah, and you said there is a lot of loyal, especially at a Ninja. Ninja has, I think, the most loyal fan base.
Yeah.
Out there, and so that's why we're also seeing a lot for IRA, because it is a competitive deck.
Yeah.
People are comfortable with their Kodachi pokes that they've been doing for months and months, and so it's not surprising that it's a strong deck and it's a very popular deck.
Yeah, and this is very interesting actually. Newson all week at Hobby Leagues has actually been playing Katsu, and obviously has decided to change at the coming in, thinking that IRA was the better choice, and it has changed on the day, which we'll see if that does come back to bite him. Oh, second Command and Conquer for Jacob.
I said, well, Command and Conquer is just one of the best cards.
Oh, absolutely.
In this matchup, because there's a lot of blocking twos.
Yeah, a lot of defense reactions, a lot of blocking twos. It is.
Yeah.
It is just solid.
Just really swings the momentum back to Jacob if he ends up losing that. But we'll see if Newson's playing it, because I haven't seen it. I haven't seen him play it yet.
No.
And so that could be huge for his momentum swing.
But much like what I was saying for Jacob with Newson's defense reactions, the one thing about this for Newson at least is that once this one's gone through, that's the last command and conquer for the game. So because I don't think Ira's playing Remembrance, so it's not likely.
You can't afford that because you're playing drone. That's your
exactly. So that means he's survived both command and conquers now. So he won't be unhappy to see the back of that.
Yeah, exactly. That's why if Newson does still have these commands in his deck, he's going to be having a much better position late game where you're just really just gone through all your threats, you know.
Oh, absolutely.
Newson just throws away the cards he doesn't want. He's okay with just trading that. And then late game, if he has it himself and Jacob's left with just drones of brutality, which is where it usually ends up going to in these matchups, he's going to be in a much better position for sure. We can see Alan saying that the top tables are Dorinthia, Rhina, Azalea.
Wow.
And so maybe we get one of those in the next round.
Yeah,
just get feature one of those decks. That'd be good to see, especially because there's a lot of Azalea fans, a lot of Dorinthia fans out there.
We definitely will not. We will not be doing another Ira mirror match next round.
There'll be a few of those in Top Cut, I can imagine.
There definitely will.
We'll have time to see them that.
Exactly.
Then again, there's nothing wrong with an Ira mirror. You know, really shows true grind. True grind game of back and forth.
If you were there from the get-go, this was for months before Welcome to Wraith came out. This is all we had was Ira mirror matches.
Yep, I wasn't around for that. Especially there's a lot of Azalea fans, but I'm sure that's why people have been comfortable with it, right? A lot of these players were playing the game back then, so they're very familiar with Ira and the cards that like Springboard Somersault fresh out of the Ira deck.
That's right. And things like Torrent of Tempo and Flying Kick that were a lot of people were happy to see those finally become legal, become Crucible, which was great.
And Brutal Assault. Let's not forget. My favorite Ira card.
Well, and we didn't know that was an Easter egg for the longest time. It was only someone pointed out the other day. It's like that Brutal Assault's the first card that showed Runeblade on it. Because that's
really
because it's brutes attacking a Runeblade character.
Okay.
Yeah, go back and have a look.
All right, we'll have a look. I'm sure a lot of people wouldn't know that, honestly.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There are many Easter eggs in this game that people haven't found, which is always part of the fun of collecting and being around from the get-go.
Yeah, as you can see here, as I said, I'm a bit behind, but as I'm watching, as with everyone else, but you can see that there's a lot of blocking going on here. There's a lot of thinking because you really don't want to give your opponent any edge.
And there's the first command and conquer for Newson. He's had to use it as a block.
That's brutal. That is brutal. That is one of the best cards in this mirror match for sure.
Yep. And 13-7 Jacob to Newson at the moment. Really, Newson having to block with 3 cards last turn. Basically, hasn't got a lot that he can do this turn. But he's going to go. There is his other Command and Conquer. So Command and Conquer for 7. This could steal him back some momentum. Jacob using the sigil from his arsenal because
that's a great place to put that sigil.
That is
really bait it out, so you can just take the full brunt of command, get the full hand coming in. You've only taken 4 realistically because you're getting 3 life back.
Exactly.
You think Jacob's playing it? Jacob's playing it well. He's been playing the mirror match. I can assure you.
Oh
I'd say.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Methodical Matt Rogers is a known IRA enthusiast in
Abs-
Blitz, so I'm sure he's been.
Yes, I would imagine this is it. This is probably a matchup that he has played 1,000 times, probably by now.
Yeah, but it's,
And back to the Kadachis. Oh, with a razor reflex even. No, this means Newson has to decide whether or not he's going to use a defense reaction.
that is the most. Razor Reflex is a super deadly card late game because you're always threatening fall with your Kadachis, but you really want to sink it on them when they've used all their defense reacts because you'd never want to have your Razor Reflex get defense reacted.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. But I think Newson it is a tough situation for him here. He's just going. Oh, he's taking it. Oof. Goes down to 3. That is tough. So Kadachi coming in for 2. See a sigil in Newson's hand. So he's got a little bit of life gain here, but I think he's got tyrant of tempo red. That's a tough one as well. Again, Newson ends the turn with 3 cards in hand, but one of them was a remembrance as well. Oof. No wonder his defense was challenging. Jacob just taking the 1 from the Kadachi. There we are, brutal assault. There we go.
The true IRA.
Yeah. Red brutal assault. You can see that
Swing for 6.
You see that purple light of the Runeblade character that's getting attacked there on the artwork.
I will see it. I will see it soon.
at some point.
As
Jacob coming in with a big block, and with a rising knee thrust, and then followed up by a red flick flack. So,
Jacob's in a very commanding position here, especially because he's still got his breaking scales up and his Snapdragon. He's just up so much life.
Absolutely. It is a very uphill battle here. And, drone for 7. That is such a solid play. It's just 7 attack, and that card's going to go back to the bottom of your deck. Yeah. That is just so good.
You just lose no threat density at all. Just here's the issue with Ira. You kind of put yourself on a little bit of a clock.
Absolutely.
You're really pressured to get that advantage, and once you get down this much life, you're really under the pump to try and push through, and it's just like you're trying to punch a brick wall.
Yeah, right.
And he's going to have that line strike in his arsenal as well, which is just huge as well.
Yeah. That is, and the thing about it too is that at 10-2, he has time. He doesn't have to.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to try and force anything here. He's just really keeping this momentum, keeping the tempo, forcing Newson into using cards to block.
It's a tough position here because once you're this low on life, Kadachi's threaten your entire life total, and so you have to block a card from your hand for just 1 damage and 1 resource point.
So Newson starts by cracking that red sigil.
Going back up to 5.
Going back up to 5. Still trying to make a decision on how he's going to block this.
Incredibly tough spot to be in here.
Yeah. Using that fateful scene in the block, and again just now with 2 cards to swing back with.
I think 2 cards is fine for IRA decks. You can easily get a double attack off with your Kodachis into a leg tap or a soul bead strike. So I think you're okay just playing a simplified game state. I don't think the 2 cards is that important, but it's just the life total is what I think is really against Newson. And he does no command and conquers left. I don't think I've seen E-strikes from him yet, but I also haven't seen Jacob use his E-strikes, and he's got one in Arsenal, so...
Ooh, all right. So, Jacob's just seen that there was a drone that should have been put on the bottom of Newson's deck.
Yeah, easy fix.
Easy fix, yeah.
So drones become a lot more popular right now.
Sorry, just one sec. You might want to go fix that up.
No, they're having to fix it up themselves.
I'm not sure. Just sending in an Alan to do official fixing it up. Sorry, what was that question, Nick?
We've seen drone being a lot more popular now. I think a lot of IRA decks are really focusing on the mirror match more than anything else.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I've been a big fan of drone since Welcome to Wraith. I mean, I was running it back in my my old brute deck. Just again, solid option, especially
when it's a good attacker.
It's a good attack. I mean, in brute as well. It's a six card. So you discard it and it goes back to the bottom of your deck. You're not unhappy with that. So it's just a very versatile card.
I think back then threat density wasn't as well known.
No, of course.
Yeah. Your deck count, your threat density in your deck, that wasn't as easily understood as it is now.
Yeah.
But as you can see, the benefits of getting a card back into your deck after attacking with it's huge.
Absolutely, and especially in Blitz when you've only got 40 card decks, and in actual fatigue can definitely be a thing if you end up against the likes of Guardian and stuff like that as well. So yeah, having that little bit of extra is definitely handy.
So there's a procedural error, so we're just getting that fixed up. The drone's in the graveyard where it should be in the deck.
Yeah.
I'd say just put it to the bottom right now. Yep.
Yeah.
Easy fix, not that big of a deal. I'm sure. I don't know if there's going to be an IP3 or anything given out, but we'll see how.
I don't think so, but we'll see. Now back to the game at hand. I think you're still a little bit behind, but Newson is attacking with his second Kodachi, forcing an actual block with the Mask of Momentum by Jacob. He is really wanting to hold on to that 4-card hand going into this next turn. So this could be a big turn.
Yeah, and in a mirror match, you will never trigger Mask.
No, exactly.
Never ever. So
something's going to have gone terribly wrong if it has happened.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, so
it's not that big of a deal.
Absolutely not. Leading out with Kodachi. And again, at 5 plays 6 now. These Kodachis really start being quite telling.
Is it 5? I think it's 5 plays 9.
Oh, 9. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
you're right. Yeah. So 4 plays 9 now after that Kodachi hit. And Jacob coming in with the Whirling Mist Blossom for 3 on the second attack with Ira's ability.
That is a threatening card, especially when you've got a Razor Reflex or a Lunging Press. You get to draw 2 cards.
Oh, absolutely. This in the original Ira mirror matches, the demo decks
killer.
If this went off, it was game over. In fact,
absolutely.
Believe Alan Hale actually bet James White with hitting 3 of these in one game against him.
James might have been a bit too confident.
I think James was like, "Oh, I'll let the first one hit," and then it was followed up by a second one, and I think. But it was that classic, you let the new person win their first game, right?
Yeah,
that's how you get them hooked.
It's smart. It's smart. It's the long con,
That's how you get them to agree to a job.
Yeah, and that's how Alan agreed to go work for the company. So
finally beat James in a game. All right, if I can.
All right, so we see Newson using his breaking scales and a rushing river to fully block that Whirling Mist Blossom.
Yeah. It's overblocking, but you do have to
you have to
play around that lunging press.
Yeah. Now, blocking with the yellow drone E-Strike. Now, this will be interesting to see what option Jacob takes with the E-Strike. It looks like he is coming for 7. He is trying to just get the win here. I mean, the thing is, Jacob's still got those Snapdragon scalers as well, so he can cap that to attack again after this E-Strike, which
there's a yellow drone coming to.
Yeah.
Interesting of playing a yellow drone, but I guess helps you with your resources more than a red one.
I guess, yeah. I mean, it allows you, a few more options.
Coming in for 7.
7,
this E-Strike is 7 damage.
Yeah.
Sorry,
so,
I'm with the stream here.
That's all right. So he takes 1. Jacob chooses not to crack the scalers. So Newson down to 3. 3 plays 9, and this is an uphill battle for Newson now. He just has to draw up and pass.
That's it. It's not much that Newson really did wrong. It's just sometimes you just lose the dice roll.
It's that
and
tempo.
You just can't get that momentum back. That's all there is to it. You're blocking a while. You got those timely command and conquers off.
Yeah.
So that's how it goes sometimes.
Alrighty. So leading out with that Kodachi, and at 3, this is just killer. He let that one go. So now down to 2. So effectively, this Kodachi is now swinging for lethal off Ira's ability. So everything has to be blocked from here on out for Newson.
Yeah. With no commands, it's really tough to get that tempo back.
Yeah, and there we see him with the Mask of Momentum. Jacob comes over with the Razor. Oh, Newson does have the fateful scene to at least
block
stay alive.
That's the thing. Sometimes you can't get too antsy with those Razor reflexes. It's a cheeky one, but.
Oof. And coming with a blue Flusterfist here for Jacob. This is the follow up. Newson has to block it.
So you've got the Ancestral Empowerment.
Oh, he does have an Ancestral Empowerment.
Yeah.
Draws 1. Doesn't look like it's helped him much, though.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it.
But
honestly,
he does use the breaking scale on the Flusterfist, which is solid. Gets 1 through. And now Newson really just,
under the pump here.
Oh, and a sigil to end the turn as well. So it is a foregone conclusion here. At 12 to 1, I think Newson's really just unable to swing this one back. It's going to take a miracle of a hand to do it.
So I'm not a big fan of the Ancestral Empowerment, in all honesty. I think it's a card that has very little impact because you have very few cards to get value off the +1.
Sure.
And it can just be, it's a red, and it can just be a dead card in your hand, you have to forcefully use it there just to get another card.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan in this particular deck.
I think it's a sort of a callback to, like, it's quite good in the Katsu Classic constructed, but
it's great in aggressive decks.
Yeah, but I feel like this deck is not necessarily optimal. And here we go. Jacob just everything he throws from here on out is lethal. This Kodachi swinging for 1 for lethal. Yeah, and there we are. Tunic gone. Oh.
And he also doesn't have to block the second Kodachi either, because there's no mask, so there's no real threat there either. It's not. There you go. That's a flying kick. This is
it's a drone.
One of the strongest plays you can get in, but just easily blocked out.
Yeah, drone here for 7. And this is just.
And when you're on 1 life, and you probably have to get rid of that tunic.
Yeah. this is just going to be his. This is going to be his hand. He may be able to save one card to swing back with the Kadachis, but it's just not going to be enough. And yeah, Newson looking at how few cards he has left in the deck, time is definitely not on his side. Fully blocks out there.
It also kind of feels bad when you have your breaking scales up, your snapdragons up, you just couldn't use them.
Yeah.
You're always on the back foot. It's just unfortunate.
Yeah.
But that's why you can go X1 make top cut, because you can have those losses.
Exactly.
And especially when it comes to the calling, you can have a lot of losses because, as you said, in Blitz format, you just sometimes it's uncontrollable.
Exactly.
You just lose your momentum, your opponent gets the right cards at the right time, and that's all there is to it.
And especially in Blitz format too, going X1 and then just getting into the bracket where you just happen to have better matchups can actually play to your advantage for that run home to the top 8.
Yeah, for sure.
There we are, just 2 Kadachis. Second one stopped with a flick flack, and now
Newson's probably down to 2 cycles left in his deck.
I think you're about right with that. Yeah. And now we just see again having to block everything that gets thrown at him now. Because I'm pretty sure he's used both his sigils as well. Block
yeah,
there,
he definitely has.
Block there with the red drone. Follow up block with rising knee thrust. Soulbeat strike, and Newson just puts his hand out. He had that remembrance stuck in his hand. Just ran out of blocks. So
That's how it goes. Jacob Pearson.
That is
Nationals top 4 competitor.
Yeah, again, and that is a very good one there. Obviously, as we said, Jacob has probably played this mirror matchup probably more than anyone.
Yeah, for sure. Plays a lot of fab.
He plays a lot of fab, and he plays, as you said, he plays a lot against Matt, who is a big fan of the Ira deck. I believe he's probably playing Ira today as well. Although I haven't seen him, I don't know, he may have switched it up on me and played Dorinthia or something. But
or Dorinthia.
It's going to be a thing. Maybe I'm just going to hold off for that to the calling. So
next round, definitely not Ira.
I just got.
Can we get Jacob in for a post-match interview?
We'll see. Yeah, just 1 second.
Good to get the opinions in from the winners of the round. Get to see what they're thinking, how the game went. So, what did you think of that game? Just cookie cutter, went exactly how you'd think an Ira mirror match would go?
All right, Nick, I'm going to hand you over to Jacob Pearson, who we've just watched in the Ira matchup. If you want to do the post-match interview with him, I'll step back, and here he is.
Cool. Hello, everybody.
How's it going?
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. Long time no here.
Yeah. How do you think that game went in particular? Obviously, you won, but you think it went exactly the way you planned it to go?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, everything lined up really well, especially in the early game. I got some good reads with when my opponent had command in hand, command in arsenal. Managing to force him to block with command there was huge. The threat density in your deck and the Ira mirror is really, really important. Just making sure that you're constantly applying pressure to your opponent, because it's a game of just attrition. Like, as you saw, we were just attacking with both Kadachis every single turn. We were ending the chain with something, and then my end chains were just a little bit better than his, and then that snowballed into the late game after I forced him to block with his red line cards.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're saying in the stream. It's not. I don't think there's anything Newson did particularly wrong. It's just sometimes that's the way the cards go. Your commands went off on turns where he couldn't particularly afford to take it, and he lost a lot of threat density in his deck, and it just swung out that way, and that's how it goes sometimes in Blitz. There's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we could see from the makeup of Newson's deck, his was much more attrition focused than mine as well, with playing the extra drone and brutalities. Now, normally that makes a pretty decent dent in the game, because Ira mirrors often go down to the last couple of cards in your deck, where that third and fourth drone can really make a difference. But I was luckily just able to apply a lot of early pressure and eke it out.
Yep, definitely. And we saw that he had the Remembrance in his deck too, which is another card that even further makes your threat density a little better, because you can put those, because Command is obviously one of the strongest cards in a mirror match. So the more of those you have, the better it is. But it's just sometimes when you lose the dice roll, or not even, I don't know if you won the dice roll, lost the dice roll, but I think did you win the dice roll?
Yeah, I won. I won the dice roll.
Yeah, and chose to go second, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you just, at that point, sometimes it is just down to the dice rolls. You just can't get that tempo back, and you can't afford to take all those hits because your life total is so low in a blitz match. And it's just
that's exactly it. You know? Every point of damage matters twice as much. Every decision matters twice as much. That's why I settled on this deck, because I quite enjoy classic constructed and making a lot of decisions. And the longer you make the game go, the more incremental your advantage you're able to gain by making the right decisions over the course of a game.
Absolutely. I also think like it also doesn't mean that playing another deck is not correct either. I think Brute, like Reinhar's just good in the opposite way, where you have a much higher ceiling, and so you can just win.
Yeah.
And there's nothing your opponent can actually do about it, and it's just that just gives you a huge edge. And sometimes, because sometimes it's just your day, and sometimes it's not.
That's exactly it. Like Brute has completely the potential to kill someone on turn 1 or turn 2 in this format. I've seen it happen multiple times. But
Done it to me.
Yeah, I've done it to Ian a few times.
Did it back to you too.
Yeah, I know. But like you said, it's higher ceiling but also a lower floor, because in Brute, sometimes the hands that you have just don't line up. You're not able to put a lot of pressure on. Or if you do manage to apply that pressure, you're leaving your opponent with your whole grip of cards. And against some decks, that can be really scary, especially stuff like Warrior.
It's good stuff like Ira. It's also not as big a deal because it's very hard to use all your cards effectively when you have a bunch of defense reacts in your deck, and some cards that just a bunch of blues and stuff. So there's opportunities for Brute. I think Reinhar's. I keep saying Brute, but specifically Reinar is a very strong choice against his Ira decks, because we've seen in this tournament just a bunch of mirror matches. You know, people are going to be really focusing on Ira, so they've just got to find ways to make counters to it, and there is definitely counterplay to it.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we see the other two, like quote unquote top tier decks in the format being Brute and Wizard, having those plans in order to get ahead in the Ira matchup by just having those massive bursts of damage.
All right, one last question for you. What advice do you want to give to anyone in the chat or listening live to improve their Blitz game?
Play more. Play lots and lots and lots of games, as many games as you can play. Fab's all of the game of not just intuition, but just having the experience and knowing the certain situations, and then just being able to have that I guess that gut feeling when what the right play is in any given situation. But I think the next round is
we've just got pairings for the next round. So Jacob, good luck for the rest of it, and we'll probably see you in the top cup, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully. Thanks, Ian. Thanks, Nick. Look forward to talking to you guys later.
Cool.
Good luck.
Enjoy the stream, guys.
Cheers, man. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, there you go. We had Jacob Pearson, one of the most renowned players, giving his thoughts on his deck and on that game.
Yeah, no, good, and interesting. Interesting. We are seeing a lot of Ira today. I think it definitely has been the deck of choice by the people who've put in a lot of time and effort with it, but also I feel like there's also a bunch of people who had seen how it was going and have put it up. So here we go. And speaking of Ira, we have another Ira deck in Amal Singh, and he is taking on Rohan. Of course, Rohan, I believe, is going to be playing Wizard, which. Again, Rohan has been doing really well recently through hobby leagues and stuff like that, really putting in the reps with Wizard, and I think this is going to be a good matchup. I think this is probably a matchup that Rohan has played heaps of because of the popularity of Ira, so I'll be very interested to see I think that's the other thing for a lot of people. They don't get to play the Kano matchup as much as obviously the Kano player gets to play the other matchup. So I think a lot of people theory craft their Kano matchup as opposed to actually having reps with it.
Yeah, for sure. And as before the game starts, I want to get into the nostalgia of Amol's sleeves.
Oh, so good,
I
right?
remember these sleeves when I was 14 years old. You know, I was a young lad, and I used to remember these sleeves. Just God, what a flashback!
I think these legit,
these Ultra Pros.
These are legit the first art sleeves that I ever saw. This design, I remember getting them for a versus deck for the original versus.
Yeah. So before we even get the game started, I want to even bring that one up. But yeah, this is going to be an interesting game. It's our first wizard of this tournament, and we're going to be able to potentially see the power of this deck. Especially, we'll see. I think it's standard to play the 4 null runes in your.
Well, this is going to be interesting to see. Again, I don't know how many Kano matchups Armel's got in. Obviously, Armel runs Vagabond, so normally is running tournaments and hobby leagues, so doesn't get to play as much as some other people. So it'll be interesting to see how he's gone with this matchup.
Well, he's probably doing pretty well so far. So
well, yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, Ira's good.
Yeah, it's a bit decent.
Yeah, and yes, we have got the full 4 null rune.
Yep, not surprising at all. I think it's a standard at this point. Everyone's scared of Wizard because it has very high potential to just go off.
Yeah.
On turn 1, really, really crush you with that arcane damage.
Yeah. Now, some theory crafting that we've heard, and you want to give them the go ahead? Some of the theory crafting that we've heard is the wizard tech of putting one red Fate for Singh in the deck just to try and mess with that Zephyr Needle. I don't think Rohan's probably gone that route, but it'd be interesting to see if it happens.
Yeah. I don't think it's worth it.
I think it's cute.
Specific strategy.
Yeah, I think
you just go towards that.
Yeah, I think it's too cute to really be worth it.
Yeah, for sure.
And Rohan here, fully blocking, respecting that Whirling Mist Blossom, and Tyrant of Tempo for 5 at the end. This is a pretty solid turn for Armel off the bat. Kadachi, Needle, Whirling Mist Blossom into a Tyrant of Tempo.
Yep, that is strong, but he's not gonna have an arsenal, and so I don't think that's that big. I don't think that's that big of a problem, to be honest. Is he? This is tough.
All right. Sorry, just letting Alan know that the life counter isn't there. So we see Crucible of Aether Wind followed up by that Chain Lightning. Chain Lightning again. This is where you can see Armel counting out, doing the maths.
He's taken damage.
Yeah, he's going to.
He didn't use his whole hand. He must have a Stir of the. You definitely cannot block with Stir of the Aether Wind.
No. And now it's Armel, just again that hit, and coming in for 7 with that Command and Conquer. We saw it do a lot of work for Jacob in the last round.
Even better here because you're not going to get much block from those equipments if you're playing Kano, unless you want to get rid of that tunic, which you definitely do not want to do.
Exactly. So now this is where Rohan has to see if he can get some value out of what he has in his hand. I mean, 7 is such a big hit for a Kano player as well. I mean, it's just under half your life. And this is what we see from a lot of these games. It feels like the camera may have frozen. It's just the mental gymnastics.
It's the thinking.
the Kano player has to do on whether or not he's going to try and get some burn, or whether or not he's going to try and block. And block is the option that he's gone for here.
Yeah, sorry, I think it's the right decision. You have time.
Yeah.
To sculpt your hand, because you have time. You want to be able to set up your deck,
and
because there's a blazing ether at the second from the bottom. He's going to note that. He's going to remember that, and then
exactly. And we can see this is another reason why the blocking was tough for him, is having that eye in his hand.
Yep.
It's very good for pitching, not very good for blocking.
That's probably why he's decided, okay, I'm just going to try and get some chip damage in, maybe set up the bottom of my deck if I need to.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we're not going to see what he's been put to the bottom, but
no.
He's kept them on top, so, I mean, there must be pretty good cards, or something. Maybe they're blue cards that he doesn't really want to put to the bottom.
Yeah, possibly.
It's the thing, when you want to set up the bottom of your deck, you don't want to have all red cards at the bottom, so you draw a handful of reds, and then your setup's gone, because you can no longer use the resources. This is how you're going to be able to chip down these players. You get these big these big arcane damages that they cannot use their full null rune equipment to stop.
Sure. All right, I've just been handed the meta game breakdown for today. So as we suspected, but from what we've seen, 10 Iras in the field.
Crazy.
5 Dash, 5 Kano, 4 Dorinthia, 4 Rhinar, 2 Bravo, 5 Viscerai. That's a big number. 1 KO. Respect to whoever that is. I was going to play. I would have played KO for one. Now, someone did get the free cold foil. Only 1 Katsu. So free cold foil for that person.
There you go.
Well done. But
look at that value that he's gotten. But he's not one of those Irish sheep.
Yeah. but here we go. This is the interesting thing. The second most played character today was Azalea with 6. That's not
in Blitz
crazy.
format. It's not a surprise, to be perfectly honest.
I mean,
it is quite good.
I don't want to say that our podcast this week showing off James White's Azalea list had anything to do with it, but that is a big jump in Azalea players.
Definitely, it's good to see. Especially what I'm not surprised with is Viscerai. Viscerai is
so good.
You cannot lose to Ira with Viscerai ever. So that's a little tip that people might not be fully known yet. But if you ever played a Viscerai deck against Ira is very much struggling because you cannot get value off those defense reacts because Viscerai just sits there. It just builds counters, does nothing, and then you not much. And because you don't have a high ceiling with an Ira deck, you just can't stop them from building up 30 counters, come in with a big attack, and then you just burn yourself to death.
Yeah, we see there Rohan just dropping his hands to fully block that command and conquer, but has the tome to get 2 cards back. So that's actually hasn't paid off terribly for him. Pitching a time snap there for KO's ability. Oh, and blue Scalding with the Crucible. That's not a bad for having 1 card going into the turn. That's not a bad payback out of it.
Interesting. I think the command was only attacking for 6, so interesting that he chose to
Yeah.
Used 3 cards there, but I guess because he was just going to tome anyway, didn't really matter that
Exact-
much. But he lost a lot of strong cards.
Yeah. And I'm all getting scarily close to that single digit life, and that's when you got to really worry about. That's when KO can really put some pressure on you.
Yeah, definitely. Looks like there's something issue with the stream again, but try and get that fixed up. I'm sure it's just a temporary thing.
Yeah, Alan is on that and
On the case.
trying his hardest to keep us keeping us going. Blocking with Blazing Aether, that's a tough one to block with when you only have 2 copies in it, but necessary at 11 to 8. Here comes that.
We've got the Sonic Boom, so but who knows? I think he's got that stir in the arsenal, so still in the arsenal from very early in the game. So
right, yeah.
It's not over,
No.
if you can stack that Forked Lightning to the top of your deck, and then you've got that Storm Striders just really push through. He's out of resources here. He has no ability to
block.
To block with his Null Rune. So if you can get off a strong combo, it's definitely probably worth it, because you're not going to die. You're going to go to 3 from this Tyrant attack.
Yep, and that's what's happened. Rohan's gone down to 3, so this looks like he's going for it. So there's that Stir the Aether Wind, followed by the lightning
into the sonic boom, into the pitch the talismanic lens. Yeah, there's a lot of damage. Oh,
I'm all trying to cheat there. He's trying to pitch 5, but he can only pitch 4. So takes 3.
Oh, that's huge. As you can see, he did have the Stir Forked combo, but just not enough resources to be able to pull that one off. But I like the position Rohan's in, to be perfectly honest.
It's not terrible.
It's
because he also knows that one of the 2 cards Armel has in his hand is red. So
yeah, for sure. So you're going to be able to. Oh, there's a Blazing Aether from the top of his deck that he would know that probably knew it was there.
Yeah. Takes that Kadachi, comes in with the Zephyr Needle. And here we go, Talismanic Lens. And so I think this is where Rohan's going to try and finish the game before the needle can strike. So 1 on the top, 1 on the bottom from Talismanic Lens. KO. Oh, Tome off the KO ability. Uses the time to draw cards. Ditched 2 energy potions, so he really just didn't have options to block anyway.
Yeah. I think it's something you have to do. His hand's all blue. You really have to try and force an issue. You know that he's got a red Flick Flack in his hand.
Yeah.
And the yellow one in the pitch, so he's not going to be able to do much Null Rune blocking.
So that's a yellow Aether Sphere. And that Nodes gets busted as well. 5 damage taken by Armel. And, snapback.
Yeah, this could be.
This could be it.
That red
yeah.
Aether Flare is huge, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's it. Rohan
Yep.
does it. That is,
That's a great card off the top. But
yeah, like...
but he would have known. He would have known.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. The way it was pitched, because he did get to that second Blazing Ether.
Yeah. We're gonna. Alan's just gonna see if he can grab Rohan in to have a bit of a chat. But yeah, no, great game there by Rohan, and that's so often how those KO games go, is that it's when lethal's on the stack for your opponent, and that's when you burn them to death, when they just run out of resources to try and block with. So it is because four null rings isn't going to help you if you've only got one red in your hand, right?
Yep. That's kind of where the issue lies, right? You know, you just get, that's where you can get burnt.
That's why I've ended up only going to three null runes when I play Reinhardt against KO, because I just feel like losing the abilities from the other cards is just not worth it, and I just have to try and outrun them.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
All right, so Rohan is
He's just going to Baloo.
all right. Rohan is not. He's just he's going to be with us shortly. Just
Try and get my stream going without the crashing the stream.
Yeah. Well, we want to thank everyone who has been watching the stream and stuff. I know we have had a few issues, and we just want to reiterate that me and Alan are very untech savvy. So the fact that we've been able to get you anything is pretty good.
Yeah. As I said, I'm watching the stream from the stream, so I'm a bit behind, but
yeah,
we're trying to make it work. We're trying to get
trying to make it work. It's like just the work.
Trying to get me in without the internet crashing.
Yeah. It's just like the worst version of Inception ever, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
I just wish I wish it was like that in horse racing, so I can make my bet. I can make my bet because you told me who won, and then
right. So with that, normally in the Ira KO matchup, who would you have favoured in that matchup normally?
I think it comes down to mostly the dice roll. I think going first just gives you such a huge advantage, and
Sure.
it also can come down to what your deck has. If you have more blues in your deck, I think you favor Ira. But as you saw in that game, there was a lot more reds that Amol was drawing, so it just gave a lot more openings to Rohan to get that burn in.
Anyway, speaking of Rohan, and we've just got him here, so I'm just going to hand him over to you, Nick. I'm just let you have a chat with our KO winner. Kano winner.
You got Brute. You got Brute in your head.
I'm just looking at my list, seeing one KO, and I'm just like, I'm sure that guy's winning as well. So it's Nick Butcher.
Hello. Hey, Nick.
Hello. All right, we're here with the winner of that round, Rohan. How do you think that match went?
Not as well as I'd like it to. I don't know if you guys could see hands in Arsenal, that game, but I had a stir in Arsenal very early.
We did.
Yeah, and I kept seeing hands where I couldn't actually do something. So I just felt like I could block out. The command turns I had to fully block. I lost my tunic really early, which is really bad for Wizard. I'm still shaking a little bit after that game. Wizard games are always so intense, you know? I played
for sure.
I played Dash during the old meta, and it's pretty much the opposite, like in game, you know.
Yeah, just very easy decision making.
Exactly. Yeah, but I'm glad it worked out.
We did see that stir. Well, I mean, I didn't see it at first but when we saw that you took the damage from Torrent Tempo, we probably would have guessed that you had a stir in your hand that you couldn't possibly block with, because it's the only way you could possibly get through all the null runes, and it's just sitting in your arsenal.
Exactly.
But I saw you got a pretty nice opening when your opponent just revealed he just had a bunch of red and yellow cards and tried to Arcane Barrier for 5.
Yeah, he did. That was good to see. I was like, oh, okay. I think I can win it in the next turn.
Yeah. So did you know that your top card was the red Aether Flare? Because I assume your deck was already stacked at that point because you saw the second Blazing Aether that you put at the bottom of your deck at the start of the game.
Yeah. Well, to be honest, I planned. Well, I knew it was coming up, but I wasn't 100% sure it was there. I had a feeling it was somewhere there, but at that point with the tome, I had to just go for it. I think there were a lot of outs in that position.
Yeah, and we saw that you had the Stir Fork combo, but just not the resources to be able to implement it.
Yeah, exactly. I had to stir Spindle that turn. I would have liked to stir Forked, obviously.
Yeah. Is there a reason you couldn't flip the boots when he only had the red? Because you knew he only had the red. What's it called in his hand? Flick Flack in his hand, and so you could have flipped the boots and gone for like a big Aether Spindle play. Were you just sure that you just get off next turn, do some chip damage?
Well, yeah.
You have time.
What I wanted to do is Spindle for 7. I still get at least 3 damage through. But more importantly, I wanted to strip cards from his hand. So if I do it in my turn, I wanted him to be down to 2 cards in hand. I set up my draw, at which point if he wants to do anything, he's down to not being able to prevent much at all during his turn, at which point I can go for the kill a bit easier. I think if I did it in his turn, I get more damage through, but then on my turn, I pretty much pass. I don't have boots up, and he gets a 4-card hand on the turn I'm trying to go for a kill. So that was my thinking. Like I'm still learning. With Wizard.
I'm not too sure either. Just because you get to see the top 7 cards, and so you'll be able to stack your hand and stack the top of your deck. But it all worked out in the end. Like very well played. And you obviously your opponent drew a lot of red cards, which makes it a lot easier for a Wizard player to get an easy win.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, do you have any advice for up and coming Hogwarts students trying to play Wizard and Blitz?
Up and coming Hogwarts students. The biggest thing I'd say is you can do a lot of theory crafting, but at the end of the day, just smash out games. Like I've been going to Armory every week, just playing Wizard, and you kind of tend to get a feel of how you're meant to play. I think a big thing with Wizard is knowing how the momentum shifts. Like a lot of times you see people do stuff at the end of your opponent's turn because they're down to say 1 card, but if the trade-off is them getting a 4-card hand the next turn, it's often not worth it unless you can actually just get to lethal, if that makes sense.
Yep, awesome, easy. All right. Well, you're doing super well in this tournament. We're probably likely to see you in Top Cut now. You're 4-0 now?
4-0, yeah. Hopefully
that's an auto Top Cut, I'm pretty sure. So we'll be seeing you there.
All right, thanks, Nick.
And all good. We wish you luck in the tournament.
Yeah, man. Cheers.
Cheers, Ryan. Good luck for the rest of it.
You guys just want to take a break for sign off a quick break?
All right. So that was our round 4 feature match winner, giving a lot of insight on his Kano deck, playing it superbly.
Yeah, and really, I think more than anything, just the takeaway there is get the reps in with your deck, because especially with something like Wizard, the maths is just so finicky that knowing those lines and just playing them over and over again, you start to see them, and you don't have to sit there for 5 minutes going, if I do that and I do this and I do that, but oh no, wait, I'm one short. Like getting those lines in your head so you know what cards together that you're looking for to get your lines is really important.
Yeah, and finding those openings.
Totally. Yeah, it's that when to pull the trigger and when to defend is probably one of the hardest things for Wizard.
And we have seen similar things being said by both players. Just playing the game, that's the best way to understand these things. Just keep playing, keep getting those games in. So definitely going to hit up those local Armory events if you're able to.
Yeah, absolutely. How are locals going for you? Are you in a situation where you can actually get some play in yet, or are you still
there's play, but there's no price support just because there's no product available. But very soon there's going to be, hopefully local starts back up with prizes and get stuff going.
And
but
get it unlimited in there, and hopefully maybe get some draft and sealed practicing as well.
For sure.
For sure, because I mean, it's a while away, but we don't know about the bubble yet. But I know that there's a few of you that are itching to make it over for the calling. If as soon as we hear one way or another, if it's viable for you guys to travel at the time, which would be great to see you guys in person and get this Trans-Tasman rivalry back up and running.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely doesn't seem likely though, just because of the new outbreaks in New Zealand and the whole South Australia fiasco that just happened. But yeah, we're blessed. Unlike other people, other countries, you got the United States and Europe. They're in just complete
disarray.
Yeah, they all lockdowns. They can't do anything, and it's just a widespread. Whereas we're fortunate enough to actually be able to attend locals, so you can't take it for granted. It really helps you appreciate, just even because people take it for granted. Just locals, But once you're not able to do it, you really learn to appreciate it.
Exactly. I'm always just so flabbergasted at how big this game's become during a global pandemic. Can you just imagine? Had we not had a pandemic this year, just where we would be right now, with popularity of the game, just having it out in front of people. I mean, the fact that we had to cancel nationals in Australia is absolute. Like, I know LSS did not do that lightly. They were gutted that they had to do that, and because I mean, one of the things that myself and James White. I mean, James White is an ex-Magic player. Like, he's basically played and done everything. And one of the things how I actually met James was when we used to travel to 10K events for Versus to Australia. We'd be doing it sort of once every few months. There'd be something on, and those trips over. Us going to Oz and the Aussies coming over here for events were some of the most fun. The reason to play, play with cardboard is actually the for friends and stuff like that. So we are looking forward to actually being able to do that in person again soon.
Yep. That's the best part. The traveling's the best part. The playing's great, but just the people you meet, the experiences you have. Yeah. And it can all be done in the flesh and blood,
Exactly. So I think how are we looking for round 5 there?
If you guys want to take a little break, I'll just.
Yeah, I think we're just going to take a quick break now while we go see if we can't get a non-IRA matchup for the next round, and we'll be back with you very soon. Cool.
I'm back, Nick. Are you there?
I am. I'm unmuted now.
Excellent. All right, so this is an interesting 4-0 matchup. This is Rohan from last round versus Sam Payne on Bravo, who is also 4-0.
Okay.
So this a nice non-IRA matchup for us.
Is the stream still muted? Like, can they hear us on the...
Is the stream still muted, or are we live now,
You're
Alan?
live, you're live.
We are live now, just so.
All right. I just messaged Alan as a way to try and fix our problem.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, I'll get him to start.
All right.
But, yeah, Bravo is traditionally a good matchup. A bad matchup for Wizard because of all the null runes and all the blues that you play.
Yeah.
So, there's a lot of life games with Blessings of Deliverance and Sigils, so definitely going to see how this one goes.
Yeah, and 4 null rune there by Sam with
Naturally.
Bravo. As you said, heavy blue deck anyway, so it does really lend itself to the 4 null rune setup. So this should be interesting. Oh, flexing first turn, straight off the bat for
That's
Rohan.
great. That's exactly what you...
Yeah. Couple of $1,000 just there, staring right back at you.
Yeah, God, they're no biggie. Single sleeve. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Oh, look
Play
at
your
that.
Play your cards. Play your cards.
Stir the Aetherwind into a Voltic Bolt.
Hey, that's a start. That is a start.
That is a start, indeed.
But Bravo is known to be resilient, so
Yeah. Still,
maybe not even going to shake it off.
yeah. Still
Fine.
5 damage through the gates, though. You know, even
Yep,
with 4, you can
sure.
only stop so much. But there we are, Blessing of Deliverance. So hopefully, if he lasts another turn, he can start getting some of that life back, and that is got to be killer for the KO player. Seeing that Kano player, I should say. God, I need to stop making that mistake.
Interesting that we see the Anathos as well. Maybe you just didn't have space for the Sledge of Anvilheim, because it's interesting just because you have no way of getting to 2, naturally getting to 3 costs into the pitch, right? So with that Sledge, you're able to just pitch 2 cards and attack for 6, whereas on occasions with Anathos, you're only going to be able to attack for 4.
Sure.
So, yeah, but something to think about, because if you don't have the tectonic plating, it's really hard to get the 2 pitches into the...
Yeah. I mean, I guess also part of it is maybe you're expecting to block some arcane damage on your turn to maybe turn Anathos on as well. But
yeah.
But still.
But if you've got a lot of blessings, then easy way to get to 2.
Totally. Oh, another Voltic Bolt here. Really, Rohan blazing out the gate.
Yep. Got to get through those 4 null runes and all that life.
That's right. Really trying to put as much heat on Sam as possible before the slow life gain kicks in with Bravo.
Yeah, absolutely. As you can see, he's got the sigils as well, so in his hands. So he's...
So
a lot of thinking going on here. It's hard to... You really got to think hard about these wizard matchups and how much you want to block and how much you can take.
Exactly.
Every life matters. No.
And here we are. Let's see how this blessing hits. I think Rohan is trying to decide if he wants to try and get some burn in beforehand, but
Ooh. That's just one. That's a bit of a whiff there. I mean, good cards though. Towering Titan, Command and Conquer, and another Blessings, but it did not help him with that life gain, which is a shame. So now just swinging for 4 with Anathos.
And he's left without a way to get the Null Rune off, so maybe there's an opening here for Kano.
Possibly.
Of course, he does have that sigil, but...
Of course, Rohan doesn't know what that card is, so...
Yeah, for sure.
Just a block there. Arsenal by Sam and pass to the next turn. I love those Dragon Shield art sleeves that Sam is rocking today as well. Sonic Boom. Here we go. One time for the Street Fighter fans.
A lot of Street Fighter coming around. There's got the new sleeves. You've got
yeah.
actual Sonic Boom. Obviously not as impactful with 4 Null Runes, but it does get 2 cards out of their hand. So you can find an opening.
And there's that Blessings that we knew was coming because it came off the other Blessings. So.
Well, the downside of Blessing is that you do reveal those cards. So if you reveal a few red cards, it's your opponent. You're giving your opponent that information that says, okay, well,
this is the time.
You got a couple reds.
Yeah. Oof. And,
you're blocking that command on his.
Yeah.
As you can see, it's hard to get through damage with 4 Null Runes.
Yeah, totally. But Rohan drawing cards here, which helps, and Lenz looks like he is. Looks like he's going for it.
Doesn't have to be a game shot. Maybe just burn him for half the life. You see, as soon as I think 7 to 8 life is where you're really sweating as an opponent for Kano.
Totally.
That's where you gotta say, okay, 1 stir, and I'm open to an attack.
Yeah. And at the moment though, Sam, like, this is in response to Blessing, so he hasn't drawn the card off it yet. So Sam's technically got no cards in hand to pitch. So anything that does come through now is gone. I think he's got 1 floating resource, so he can stop 1, but everything else is gonna go through. So.
And I can assure you, for playing against a wizard deck, this Blessing could be on the stack for 10 minutes.
Yep.
You still won't have drawn your card yet.
Oh, here's that Chain Lightning coming. This is a big one.
That's great off the Cindering Foresight. Because it means you can use another instant in your hand.
Yep. So he's
and you can get the full value of that 3 damage. Oh, this is big. This is a massive turn. This is monstrous.
8 damage going through. Oof.
Yeah.
And there you go. And that is game. That is the Blazing Aether.
Yep.
Yep. Sam's just not... Oh, Sigil. But not enough. Wow. That is a... when it goes off, it goes off. That is an absolute clinic of how to finish a game with Wizard.
I'll get Sam instead of Rohan.
I think Alan, since we talked to Rohan before, I think Alan's going to get Sam in so he can do a commiseration.
We'll do a quick interview with him and we'll see if we can fix the stream up.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's really showing the power of Wizard right there.
Oh, absolutely. Like really if you get stuck with no cards in your hand, like waiting for something to resolve, it really is the window that the wizard is steering for. Anyway,
And it wasn't even a 1 damage, perfect damage. He was burned for it, but that Blazing Ether was coming in for big damage.
Yeah.
It was I think it would have killed him from 20.
Totally. All right, Nick. I've got Sam Payne here, who just third degree burns as he walks in, walks in here. But I'll pass you over. Just here you go. So it's Nick Butcher.
Cool.
Just doing an interview.
Hey there.
All right, we're here with Sam, who just got burnt to a crisp in that last round.
Yeah.
So, on the plus side, you're basically all but guaranteed for top cut because you've got that 4-0 record. So on breakers, you should be able to make it no matter what. But what do you think of that game that just happened?
It's reminiscent of other Wizard games I've played as Bravo. So as I was just having a chat to Rohan afterwards and saying I'm still trying to figure out the rhythm of that matchup and when to kind of just chip away holding blues and when to throw something out. Something I've gone, like, I have played enough to be like, okay, forget dominate because they're not going to block anyway, really. But that not using the tectonic plating makes it quite awkward to get the 7 costs and stuff out, which because of Blitz are still in your deck. It still takes 3 cards rather than 2 in a Seismic Surge. So still trying to figure it out. I'm not sure if I'm going to make any changes based on the Wizard matchup to the deck yet, but trying to sit on sigils, trying to survive a big turn and then hopefully finish them off following, but it hasn't really worked out that way lately.
Yeah, so I think with Wizard, it's just they can just have it. It's one of those decks where no matter how much you've prepped for it, they can just get that set up. He just probably dealt 20. He probably could have killed you from 20 on that with that Blazing Ether. Sometimes it's just impossible to block through. But a question I had was the Sledge of Anvilheim is that's a card that people aren't really playing. But what do you think of that card? Because against Kano, you're not able to use Seismic Surge token, so it's a bit hard to get 2 pitch 3s in your in your pitch zone to attack for 6.
I have experimented with that with versus Wizard. It just does seem to come up that I get punished with it sometimes. Going down to 1 card and not being able to attack at all that turn, which is, as I sort of stumble my way through this matchup, I may end up thinking like, well, actually, if you're down to 1 card, you shouldn't be attacking anyway. I'm still sort of deciding where to land on that. And there are a number, like increasingly, I'm getting 2 costs or lower, or mostly just 2 costs in the Bravo deck. So it gets, that's where it does get some value with the blessings and whatnot. But I do like being able to attack with 1 card. But like I say, as I sort of stumble my way through, I may find that that's actually not a good thing anyway, and that I should be running the Sledge.
Yeah, and it's also that you could also just have a lot of blessings in your deck, so it's a lot easier just to put out a blessing attack with the weapon. But then that's just a lot of mana that you've been using, and you can be left open. That's as we saw in that game, where in the response to before you even drew a card of blessing, you were gone. And sometimes it just happens like that,
Yeah, that's definitely the way I feel about the Wizard matchup. Sometimes it's like that, like just getting wrecked. So you're like, oh, that's how it happens sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. So do you have any tips for anyone watching on Guardian or just Blitz in general?
Guardian feels really powerful in Blitz to me. I played Guardian throughout Welcome to Wraith and then went to Azalea for Arcane Rising, and when I came back to Bravo, astounded by its power after struggling with Azalea. I think the pitch order is really important with a 40-card deck. Setting up consecutive crush attacks in the sort of mid to late game draws is very powerful. People aren't running a lot of defense reactions, and if you're just swinging the hammer until then, you usually start to wear them down a bit with that stuff. That's how I've had success in the Ira matchup, which is really prevalent. Yeah, I think that's it. I think blocking, as always with this game, blocking a lot is important. It's not getting sucked into seeing a Crippling Crush and being like, oh, I need to play this next time. I've got a Crippling Crush and 3 blues. So just patience is probably the best thing for Bravo play.
All right, awesome. One final question: what were your matchups like today? What have you been playing against? What have you seen a lot of, and how
So
they go?
I played against Dorinthia in the first round, and Dorinthia running the Centauri Sabres, or whatever their name is. And so that was a bit different. But that went, I felt in control in that one, and it wasn't too tough. I played a aggressive Ira, an aggressive dash, and control Ira. All of them have felt quite comfortable in. Kind of only recently kind of broke through in the control Ira matchup, but I'm feeling really good about that now. So yeah, there's not you know hasn't really felt like a huge amount of diversity. The dash one probably would have been more trouble if I just didn't draw really well and just basically knocked him out of the water. I pummeled with the hammer and sigilled in the first turn, so the end of the first turn, which I started on, it was 23 plays 13. But yeah.
Yeah, that is how it goes in Blitz sometimes. That's what we've been saying, that sometimes it just comes down to you win the dice roll, you get a momentum swing on the first turn, and there's just your opponent can't come back from that one.
Yes, that's helped. I've been first 4 out of 5 games today, and it's made a huge difference. So you're right there.
Yep, that is it. But it's still fun. Like Blitz is definitely still very enjoyable format where anyone can go for win. It's not dominated by certain players like usually classic constructed seems to be, which is always good for everyone.
Yeah, it's a blast, and it's like you say, like a little bit more. The variance in it kind of adds to the spice of the events and things. You see different people come up just partly because of that variance, and that's kind of cool. It's fresh. We can't always have Matt Rogers win, but saying that, we'll probably see him win. Yeah.
Well, we'll see. We haven't seen him on stream yet, so we'll see where he's at.
Oh.
But we'll let you get back to your event, prep for your last round. Hopefully you can get a win, and we'll see you in Top Card.
All right. Thank you.
So thanks a lot.
Cheers, Sam. Best of luck with the rest of it.
Thank you.
Right, we can take it
All right. Well, we've got a pretty long intermission now because the game ended in 2 turns, as Blitz sometimes does.
Yeah. That is the thing. So we might take a break and see if Alan can't do a little bit more with the YouTube. I don't know exactly what's happening, but I'm just.
We definitely have a spicy last round matchup, a spicy bubble match. We won't have the 2-5-0 players. We definitely have a 4-1 match going on with an interesting deck, maybe an Azalea or a Viserai.
Yeah. So here's hoping we get something good. But we're going to take a break for now, and we will be back for that last round of Swiss.
All
right. Talk to you
see
soon.
you guys then.
Bye.
Something went wrong.
See if you
All
can-
right, let me try it on my other computer because I can't. You can't. I
So-
can't. I have to be on my computer to. Let's see if this works.
Do what you got to do.
Allow. Okay. All right. So I'll turn off video, and then I'm calling you on your Facebook.
All right.
I'm calling Alan, so we'll see if
How's
he'll
that?
answer, and then I'll mute, and then I can see everything.
Excellent.
You can see a nice business chairs.
Oh, okay, is that facing the wrong way?
Yeah, it's,
Oh,
okay.
hang on. Let's see. What's he done here?
Oh,
There's me.
Yep. Have you got a Movember thing? Have you got a
Yeah,
charity?
yeah. I have. It's. I think I put it up on the. I'll put it up on the Radio Reflex page. How do you flip your camera? Your camera was facing the wrong way.
We'll promote. We'll promote it on the stream.
Sure.
No, we'll promote. We'll get a link. What's the link? I'm going to post it.
I'll post a link on our Facebook page now, and then we can do that. All right, hang on.
Okay, but the next round's still going. So, all right, you guys
mean
are
round
live
five?
on the
You mean round 5 or round 4? It's still going.
No, round 5.
So it
Yeah.
started.
No, round 5's still going. No, because we're in
Yeah,
round
so
5.
round
Right,
six,
right,
we're on
right,
round
right,
six,
right,
we skip
right,
round
right,
five.
right. So
Yeah, so round 5's still going. So next camera is off. All right, I'll just mute you guys again.
all right.
audio back. We are good.
You'll just have to call Nick when you
Ah.
can.
Cool. There you go.
Alright. Alright, so... Oh, you haven't changed the names yet. That's fine. So
That's fine.
round 5, we have another wizard a matchup. We have Ash Singh playing Dorinthia, and he is up against... Who's the other player, Alan?
Kieran, I was just fixing it. Oh, Pitch for 3 thing.
Alright, Kieran from Pitch for 3 is playing a wizard. I currently don't have Nick Butcher on with me. I think we're going to try and give him a call in a little bit later. But we're starting with, it looks like Kieran got first turn. And we're up.
Back.
We're up and running. So we're up and running. I think Alan's just going to set you up. We are in the first turn of the game. Kieran M playing Wizard versus Ash Singh playing Dorinthia. And Kieran has had first turn of the game, and he is started with a Reverberate and followed that up. With an Aether Spiral. Spindle, I should say. Spindle. And it looks like Ash is only on the 3 null rune, not 4. Still, he's chosen to keep the Refraction Bolters, which is probably not a crazy thing in a Dorinthia.
Yeah,
just really you want to make sure that you can get put the pressure on with those double attack turns.
All right, Ash Singh's coming in now. He's going in for the Ravenous Rabble. Oh,
Yeah.
what a route.
Yeah,
That's coming in for 4 damage.
that is a solid first attack of his turn. Draws a Sonic Boom as a block there. Oof, that is a
Yep.
that
That's
is
a good trade. He's happy with that.
a very good trade. And here we go. Start swinging with that Dawnblade now. Ooh.
We also should know that both these players are on the bubble, so the winner will top and the loser will go home.
Sure. Now this is interesting. Using the glint to pay for the Dawnblade. So, not sure what else is in Ash's hand, but obviously, I think he must have another way to give it go again. I mean, it just seems a weird choice to use glint as your pitch, unless he really needs the 2 resources.
Well, that's what's good about it, right? It's the unknown factor of, okay, well, I've got 2 resources open, 2 cards in hand. I'm drawing into a route, so if I have another glint,
Yeah, right.
that's a punish.
Oh, there we are.
you go.
With a razor.
Wow, this 6 damage.
That is solid.
Oh, he's flipping the boots. Oh, this is aggressive.
Ah, there we go. Really looking to put the wizard to the sword.
The iron response. There you go. The double red block 2, and he's
Wow.
going to get that Dawnblade counter. He's going to draw into the route, which is a huge pressure card.
That is huge. Yeah, I mean, unless he draws into 4 reds, which could be dangerous for him. Still, I mean, Kieran didn't have a
He's
lot
gonna play
left
the
to do.
pass.
Yeah, which is fair.
This is what you have to do against a wizard deck. You have to have that pressure.
Oh,
Turn
absolutely.
1, non-stop.
Absolutely, you just got to keep swinging and make sure they don't have time to set up.
And there's a hit and run.
Yeah,
So he's going to get guaranteed go again, which is more pressure.
yeah.
Who's pitching the route?
Yeah, that's interesting because that means Kieran has no information about his hand now. Like that was the only bit of information Kieran did know, and so So Ash with...
That was a tough choice. Do you block 3 cards to stop some damage, stop the damage through, get rid of that counter? But who knows what he's got? Maybe he's got a big attacker in his hand. You just don't know.
Yeah.
Like that snatch could be huge. A scar, anything could be huge.
Yeah.
Another rabble.
Yeah.
Is it at that point where you got to try and go for a kill on
at
19?
At 19, it's I mean, he's got the pot, so there's a bit of extra resources, but I can't see 19 on the with nothing in arsenal.
And I don't know. I couldn't tell whether he put them on top or bottom. It was very quick motion.
Very very quick.
This is a true display of Dorinthia for sure. Just
absolutely
full damage. Just go in. Just hit hard, hit often.
All right. So my guess is he must have put them on the
bottom.
On the bottom. The fact that he is now using the eye. And again, I mean, maybe this is why he's having to go for it, because obviously eye doesn't block for anything. So.
And who knows how many pots he's got in his hand? Block 2s in his hand.
Exactly.
What do you think of hit and run? I'm back and forth on it, honestly. I'm not sure what I think about it.
Yeah, I mean, I only sort of know from playing against it. I actually haven't put a lot of time into playing Warrior with Crucible stuff, so I'm not 100% sold on it. But that may change if I actually sit down and put some time into it.
See, I'm not a fan. Unless it's very... he's blocking the whole hand here. And there's a coax. Oh my god, that is brutal.
And that is amazing timing to get a coax.
And the best part is Wizard cannot use that quicken token.
Yeah. So
he's going to get it off. He's going to be drawing.
Yeah.
He doesn't look. He's got an extra card, so he's not going to be drawing. But there's a quicken token.
Yeah.
Get that into you. Is he going to gain life?
He's gaining life as well, just to rub it in. Oh, man.
Yeah. Back to 20. All your efforts are for nothing. This is just a savage game.
Interesting that he didn't choose to draw a card there, because he had go again with the Dawnblade, didn't he?
No.
No. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Wow. So that is a solid turn from Ash. Really, just putting the pressure on him.
And now he's got the quicken token. Oh man, this is 5 cards, just ready to go. Pitched a. I don't know what color sigil that is. Is that a blue?
That's a blue sink below.
A blue sink below. Right. Yeah. So I don't know why I said sigil.
Yeah. So that's the perfect card in this matchup to pitch, because it's got him 2 resources floating for any arcane attack back, or alternatively, have those resources to swing with the Dawnblade a second time.
This is what separates. This is where Wizards really under the pump. They need to play flawlessly. It's the one block. He knows there's no defense reaction. There's a thing. He's got another one.
It's a blue one.
And there's a third one. Oh my god!
It's 2 blues and a red.
This man is a killer. It's not game.
It is game. It is game.
Now it's game because he has a bunch of reds.
Yeah.
Oh my god! What a killing! That's.
Wow.
3 more Iron Song response pitching it. Oh my, that is brutal. That is brutal. What are you going to do about that?
And just like that, I mean, in that we've seen the last couple of rounds where Kano has just brutalized his opponent. This time, Dorinthia just was like, we don't mess with no magic round here. Just straight put him to the sword. Technically doesn't ends the game on the same life he started on, thanks to that coax. That is
there you go. People are hating on the coax, but
I think coax is it's not for every deck, and there are definitely some decks where snatch is better, but when it works, when you've got the right deck and the right matchup, it is absolutely backbreaking.
Yeah, I guarantee it. And it's also great when you have those extra action points.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
where when your opponent has to block it. Oh, that's where it gets even more threatening because they
Yeah.
can't take it and draw the extra card because
Yeah.
you get that quicken token. If say you pop a time snap, coming with a coax,
Yeah.
they can't take it anymore because it's just like, oh well, I'm gonna get an action. I'm gonna get a quicken token, which is another action point, and then I'm gonna
Yeah.
get another card, and it's just spirals, which we saw there. It's just, man, it was a brutalization. Just Dorinthia straight from the get-go.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Anyway, talking about this brutalization, we have the man who put Kano to the sword. Ash, I will step over and I'll let you have a bit of an interview with him there, Nick. Just 1 second. So it's Nick Butcher from Oz.
Thank you. Hey Nick, how's it going?
Good. that was quite the quick and brutal game. We've seen today that Wizard's the one pumping out that kind of punishment, but that's been now taken the receiving end. How do you think that game went?
Oh, definitely 100% in my favour. Very happy that I was able to push through that much damage very quickly. So it was good, very good.
Yeah, I'm sure everyone in the chat was probably popping up on the triple Iron Song response attack. Just brutal, just a brutal sequence of plays, and then into the snatch. Oh.
Yeah,
But-
that's the key thing with a deck, just setting up that go again, so I can always come back with a coax or a snatch or E-strike or a flock. So yeah, it worked that time.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of hate towards Flock. How's that working out for you? I personally think that card's very good, but it's just not seeing a lot of play. How's it working out for you?
When it works, obviously. I have cut it down to just one flock because sometimes, especially with Ira, you're defending so much that you end up having one flock in hand and you can't play it. So it's quite frustrating, but it is a very good card when played right. I think much better constructed though than Blitz.
Yeah. So how have your matches been today? You've locked yourself into top cut at X1, so you're sitting comfortable, getting ready for that. How have your games gone today?
I'm X2, so
Oh, you're X2? Okay.
X2, yeah. So I've unfortunately
we thought we were X1.
Yeah, unfortunately, I've lost for two Ira players that I've played today. One was Jacob Pearson, and the other one was G-Way. Very tough matchup, Ira, especially control Ira. Yeah, it's very hard to get through.
Yeah, those defense reacts really hard for a player to get through, especially in Blitz, where you have such limited amounts of stuff you can pump out.
Yeah, especially when they're playing 6 to 10 defense reacts, it's almost impossible.
Yeah. So why do you choose Dorinthia today?
Well, I guess one thing is I've been playing it for a while. I do like Warrior, and I just don't really have the time to like test and play other decks. So I just thought I'd stick to what I know and do the best I can.
Well, that's the best way to get results, right? Just whatever you're comfortable with.
Correct. Yeah, definitely.
So what advice do you have for the people watching, for people wanting to play Blitz and Dorinthia in general?
I think depending on the strategy, if you're just going to go for the like attack reaction sort of build, you got to be careful with Ira because they just can defend. Their control deck, they can just defend so much of defense reactions, and it's really hard. I do think go wide is the way to go. Maybe play some more Ravenous Rebel. I know I'm playing one Rebel. I could have pushed it to 2. Because that stretches out your attack on the combat chain and just applies a bit more pressure on your opponent, gets him to block a bit more, and if you can just keep that pressure up, that's what's going to get you through.
For sure, well, that's good. It's great advice for all those players out there. Well, we hope you good luck to make top cut at the X2 bracket.
Cheers.
Because we'd love to see that. We'd love to see some more Dorinthia games like that one. That was exciting.
Cheers. Thank you so much, Nick.
Oh, good. Thank you for joining us.
Brilliant. Thank you. Was I okay?
Yeah, sweet as, man.
Cheers.
All right.
Thanks.
We're back with the man.
So
Ian.
yes, Ash there. Our first Dorinthia of the day, and yes, as he said, it took a couple of losses to Ira. Again, it is a tough Dorinthia versus Ira is a tough matchup. Again, if you're especially against the control Ira, but But when it goes off, that Dorinthia can be pretty brutal.
Yeah, sure. Like that Iron Song response was just something that just shows you just the power that deck can bring. So
Yeah.
don't be sleeping on Dorinthia in Blitz.
Yeah.
Just
I mean, needed more dominate, but still did pretty
some
well.
some more demolition crews.
And that's right, man. Iron Song determination, and then just start start throwing some regurgitating slogs in there as well. With slogism.
That's the spiciest of the spiciest.
That's
of
right.
plays.
That's right.
So do we know who's guaranteed for top cut at all? So we've got Rohan and
I
Sam.
think Rohan
look
and
to be
Sam
guaranteed.
who are guaranteed. I believe Jacob Pearson was also sitting fairly pretty. But I don't have the rundown of the pairings from this round. So I'll see. Hang on, Alan, can you get the standings from last round or not?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah.
We will have a
Sweet.
break because top 8 won't start till 3 p.m.
Okay.
So you can talk about that.
All right. So I've just heard from Alan that there's going to be a break between the end of this round and the start of top 8, which will start at 3 p.m. But Alan's just going to go grab the standings going into this round, so we can have a look at on who was looking to make top 8 and who's possibly bubbling.
Yeah, so we'll see able to see that, and then we'll take a bit of a break before top cut, and then
and,
hopefully a non-stop stream for our viewers. So hopefully everyone's having a good time. So
I mean, again, as we said, this is the first time that Radio Reflex has been putting out a stream, and so obviously there's a little bit of technical difficulties here and there, but hopefully people are enjoying it. Also, I have thrown up. It is my birthday today, and I'm doing Movember. So if anyone wants to donate to my Movember page, which is to benefit men's mental health and suicide prevention, I have posted a link up on the Radio Reflex Facebook page. You can go see funny photos of me with a beard and without, and with a terrible mo, and
let's hope everyone gets your happy birthday out there.
Excellent. All right, so going into this round, we had Rohan on 5 with Wizards. We had Nick Anderson, who we saw at the beginning of the day playing Ira on 5. Sam on 4 playing Bravo. Jacob on 4 playing Ira. Matt on 4 playing Ira. Then then Tom Penny, who I'm not sure. Do we know what Tom's playing, Alan?
Dorinthia.
Oh, Tom's playing Dorinthia.
I believe.
Oh, we could have got Tom on the feature match.
Alan says he believes, so I don't know if that is him just going off past information, because Tom is normally very much a warrior player, but we're not sure. And then the last four and one of the going in was Kale with Ira.
The aggro Ira, yeah.
Aggro Ira, and then we've just got a spate of so Ash was sitting at 9th, who we saw win, sitting at 9th. Jarway at 8th, he is also playing Ira. Ash is playing Dorinthia.
So you're saying there's a lot of Iras.
There's a lot of Iras. Number 10 is Simon Austin Wallace, who I'm guessing might be playing Ira, or he might be playing Brute. He has been known to play both. Then there was Kieran, who at 11, who is playing Kano. At 12 we have Vincent, who's playing Kano. So the Kano players have been doing solid as well. And then we're getting down into the low end of the 3-2s who I think are going to have a hard time pushed in there.
Yeah. So we've got a star-starter top cut, you know.
I mean,
a lot of Iras, as we expected.
Yeah.
Just from the sheer amount of players that are playing it, but Rohan's killing it with Wizard so far, so he's definitely going to be seeing him through top cut.
And it's very interesting to see Sam with Bravo there as well, and I think if he can avoid the Wizards,
volcanoes.
He's Bravo is a strong contender there as well. Yeah, excellent. So definitely some interest. I mean, there's like the so the tops. So it's 2 5-0s, and then 3 to 7 are the 4-1s, and then 8 through 21 are the 3 and 2s. So there's still
so we're gonna. There could be a couple. We could see.
we
For
could
sure,
see
Ash getting the top cut with his Dorinthia deck. So
totally.
I'm keen for that. I want to see some more Dorinthia beating up a bit of Wizard. You know.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm sure everyone's happy to see that.
in that sort of mid range 3-2 bracket as well. You've got the likes of Carol, who's playing Brute, Sam, who's playing the Brute, who we saw in round 1. So yeah, there's definitely some interest in there, and it will be interesting to see at the end of it how it plays out for the cold foils as well for the other heroes.
Yeah. Well, we know who's winning a Katsu.
The one person who's played Katsu has got value, so that's
also
solid.
Rohan's locked in his well-deserved cold foil Kano. So
yes, and also Sam picking up another cold foil Bravo as well. I would imagine there's not going to be any more Bravos, because I think there was only 2 Bravos in the field. So
old Kale's been cheating.
Yeah,
he's given up.
Well, I mean, he's got quite a few. He's got quite a few of those cold foil Bravos from being top Bravo for so long.
He's gotten to 1,000 XP with Bravo. So
again, very impressive. That, I mean, it can't be understated just how impressive that is. I mean, because it's not just playing, it's not just showing up. Like that, to get to 1,000, you have to be showing up and winning games as well. So, really, that is, he has put in the time and effort and been a really good ambassador for the game here in Auckland and around New Zealand. He's been known to travel up and down the country to play for Rhodes events and stuff like that. So
and internationally.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
went to the call-in in Sydney and made top 8 there. So
yep.
So yeah, no, definitely, it's great to see, and great to see. Seeing, I mean, I myself, I'm half the XP that he's got. I think I broke the 500 mark a couple of weeks ago. And even then, I mean, I got to a lot of stuff. I don't win as much as Kale, so that probably shows where the disparity lies. But yeah, no, it's great. It's great to see people, and again, once that live play starts up in your local area, definitely get out, and because as they said, the LSS is going to reward the first person to 1,000 in each country with
Round 6 is
something. All right, round 6 is over. We're
already
just waiting for final results.
All right, so we're just waiting for final results. So Alan is going off to get me the results. So we will have the top 8 in a matter of moments. But
as you were saying, it just super incentivizes. Those gold foils are very beautiful cards.
Oh, absolutely.
And you definitely want to go out and win one of those. Just sentimental value. It's deserved. It gives you a reason to go out and win your local events, promote the game, go to all the locals you can.
Absolutely, and it's just it's a nice flex as well, right? It's like you can show off that I've been here, I've put in the time, putting in the effort, and I got rewarded, which is a great thing to see. Is what we want in the game, is that we want people to be rewarded for the time and effort that they put in, but with more than just great games. It's nice that LSS does that. It goes that little bit extra to reward and those people who are the first in their regions to get to said milestones.
Yeah, and it just shows in the future as well. There's always opportunities.
Oh, absolutely.
For you.
Absolutely. absolutely, and
they keep impressing.
yeah, and don't and again, this is what we were going back to earlier with the loyalty to your class. Don't be unsurprised if LSS is watching. They always have an eye on what people are playing, and if there are people who are absolutely loyal to the cause, whether it be Ranger, whether it be Viserai, Runeblade, they are aware of you. They are aware of you, and I'm sure things can come to pass that could reward loyalty as well as just top level play as well.
We could see the exemption being Dash. If you're loyal to Dash, then just go something else. No one wants to be the no.
Well, no
Dash player.
I was about to say there was no data dolls. There was no data dolls today, so maybe.
Yeah, that's maybe if there was a cold foil data doll, you might have seen a couple vying for that spot. But it's I don't know. Data doll's an interesting card for that archetype. You start with 3 cards.
I feel like it's one of the cards like they were talking about with Snag. Is it's one of those cards that has been made for the future, not necessarily powerful now, but once you get a few more items and stuff that you can bring into play with that ability, I think
it's mechanologist item, right?
Yes, mechanologist item. So
we don't know when we'll see another Mechalologist, because I assume next set is just going to be new classes and maybe some generics to support the older classes. But I think it's just a 3-card hand that people are so accustomed to just 4 cards. Yeah. I'm not even going to acknowledge anything else. That's the first thing that matters to them.
Yeah.
But you could see, like, you hit them with a 0 to 60, you banish 2 cards with your Teklo Foundry Heart, and then all of a sudden you've got an induction chamber on the field.
A couple of chambers, a purifier, monocle.
Absorption dome.
Yeah, Teklo core. You get Teklo cores in, and then suddenly having 1 less card's not the worst thing in the world, because you already got the 2 resources there. It's interesting, and I think, and I know Alan. We've got our Radio Reflex Christmas party coming up, which we are doing Ultimate Pit Fight. We're doing an Ultimate Pit Fight tournament, and I believe Alan is looking at playing Data Doll, and that. And I think Data Doll is a very interesting concept for Ultimate Pit Fight, because of only having a 3-card hand. You can try and politic your way into not getting attacked. I only have 3 cards. I won't attack you if you don't attack me. You just slowly build and become that kingmaker type character.
And then all of a sudden, you've got an impenetrable wall of items on the field. And
all of a sudden, you're good to go.
The bad guy.
What I'd love
the whole time.
What I'd love to see for Data Doll specifically, and this is again why the dev team just doesn't listen to me when I come up with ideas. But I was talking to Chris Bewley about this on our drive home from Wellington. Is the idea of a mechanologist item that is a self-destruct button, which where it's like a blow up all your equipment that you have in play to do X damage type card.
That's pretty good,
right? Like it does, but it does damage to both players or something like that, or so it is like the idea is just that self-destruct button on a Data Doll that you blow up the world and then sigil in response to make sure that you don't die or something.
Yeah.
I think that's got the sort of the nice idea vibe to it for Data Doll, that sort of attack dummy type idea.
Yeah, you could also have a thing too with Data Doll where, because is it a young hero?
It is a young hero, yes.
Okay, because I was going to say it's a doll, so I don't know how it could be young or it just doesn't have an age. But thinking you could do an upgrade, you could have a second version of it.
Right.
You know,
Yeah,
and so
yeah.
when you get to enough items on the field, you can just upgrade it into the other,
Yeah, that'd be kind of
another
cool.
an upgraded data doll. You know, MK3 or whatever
Yeah,
it is.
yeah.
And it's like all of a sudden, you know, you have 4 cards in hand, and
Yeah.
or 5 cards as your intellect. So you've really invested in
Yeah.
that, and you know,
Yeah,
there's so many interesting things you can do.
The old Iron Man armor upgrade type idea.
Now, for people going to your Christmas party,
Yes.
I can't make it, of course.
Yeah.
But we'd suggest not playing 4 Cavdine mirrors, 4 Cavdine decks.
Cavdane, I love Cavdane myself.
It's good, but if all 4 people play Cavdane,
yeah. Well, so
you might be there for a week.
Yeah. Well, yes and no. like there is a point where you just start swinging, but the problem is because you all only have Talishard. If you all only have three attacks, once you're getting low in the deck, it's pretty painful.
Well, I mean, you're going to say Cavdine's going to get a lot better because it's going to be silver and gold.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Well,
there's a bit of Easter eggs in there.
Exactly.
With the cash in.
And again, I mean, to be fair, the interesting thing is I actually think Cavdane can be played if you've got a more controlling classic constructed meta. I actually think you can play Cavdane in classic constructed. We had a look at it in testing for nationals, and there is something to be said for it. But yeah, it just dies to
the dash,
or even brute. That's the biggest downfall to it.
That's why I'm not a big fan of stuff like dash in classic constructed. It's just cards like High Octane. It really prevents a certain style of play to exist.
Right.
Where you cannot possibly play a control deck against a dash deck because they have all their pistols, and then they're going to be able to High Octane, and you just can't break through that.
Yeah.
And so stuff like the control ninjas is just fallen by the wayside, even though it's a great strategy. It's just stuff like you just can't compete with the High Octane Term of Vindel plays.
Yeah.
And you just need that's what I like about Blitz too, because you just have your 40 card deck. You don't have to worry about all of those things, and your dash opponent just sitting there on 40 life, just doing nothing until they get their chambers out. You just
exactly. That's the other interesting thing. I'll be interested to see. There were 5 dashes in the field today, so it'll be interesting to see where they end up. I don't know if any of them were in that 3-2 bracket, but
one of them's getting a cold foil.
One of them is getting a cold foil.
Potentially signed by the artist.
Sam's not here today, but the ability to get that one signed is higher than the ability of the other ones being there.
Yeah, especially Viscerai.
Yeah, right. Although
signed,
I mean,
might be golden.
Once international travel happens again. Who knows? Cons and stuff like that get back online. We, might start seeing some people try and get some of that stuff, Holy Grail signed sort of stuff.
Get the Heart of Findel signed by Alfonso Navarro.
Yeah.
Is that whoever? I don't know who that is, but I think that's who. Yep.
I think so.
There you go. Off by heart.
I mean, the fact that I've never owned one, that means I haven't. It's the one card. It's actually legit the only card I've never owned in Flesh and Blood.
I'm lucky to have one myself.
Yeah, I was.
But then there's people who have the monopoly of it. It's like, oh god.
I was lucky enough to pull both an eye and a shard. So, but no, never managed to get a heart, which
at least you've pulled a fabled for yourself.
Yes, yeah.
Which I have not.
Many
cases have been opened. None of them have had fabled.
So my fable pulls are actually pretty stunning, actually. So I pulled my eye from my back when I was working for the company for our Christmas last year. We got given or when not Christmas obviously, but when it was released, we each got given a box, a staff box, as a thank you for our hard work of Arcane Rising, and I actually pulled my eye out of my staff box, so that was great. And then with the shard, I literally scrubbed out at a hobby league at Hobby Master, and at Hobby Master you get one ticket just for playing, and you can trade. You can either hold on to tickets to save them up for other stuff, or you can trade one ticket for one pack.
Got to crack those packs.
Yeah, well, and this is the thing. So Kale was in the line in front of me, and he's like, "Oh, you guys still have Arcane Rising packs?" And he ended up taking he had four or five tickets, and so he ended up taking 4 or 5 packs of Arcane Rising. And I was like, "I'll take 1 pack of Crucible," and he pulled absolutely nothing, and I pulled a shard out of my 1 pack of Crucible, which is which
well,
was
it's
great.
goes to show you just got to go with the gut,
Absolutely.
I'm actually very lucky with pulling legendaries,
Nice.
but I've never gotten a Fable. I pulled a Fabled, but it was in a case break, and I had to give it away.
Oh, no. Oh.
It happens. But I'm actually very lucky at pulling legendaries. I
Nice.
pulled heaps, and I pulled a skull cap in my sneak peek boosters, or the pre-release booster pack. So that was good. I never had to actually buy one because they got expensive really quick.
Yeah, that is, especially any of those generic legendaries. Obviously, are always skyrocket price wise because the fact that they can be used in multiple decks is really pushes the value high.
Did you see that post about the what's the best legendary?
No, I didn't.
Okay, someone put up a poll of what the best legendary, and everyone was talking. A lot of people were going for Tunic. Do you agree with that at all?
Well, I mean, that's the thing. Best is such a weird term. Like, because I would say that there's other legendaries that are better than Tunic for their deck, if you know what I mean. Like
the most impactful. Would you say?
I mean.
See, I think things like Grasp are impactful, but they're not. And the Braceforge Braces, they're good. They're very good.
They're good,
but they just don't have that same factor.
The thing is, you can play Warrior without braces, I mean,
at a casual level, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely better. I would think. Like Mask of Momentum, Ninja is just so much worse without Mask.
Yeah, I said it. I said my vote was Mask. That card is just crazy good.
I would almost say, but I mean, it's just because of what I play. I would almost say Scabskin Leathers. Because again, so impactful on the strategy of the deck and on the game as well. And probably one that seems weird considering it doesn't, like, the results haven't really come in for it, but I would say Skull Wrap for Azalea is definitely one of the most important cards in that deck. So I
think it just shows that they're all
good.
Quite useful. Storm Striders is just ridiculous as well.
Of course. And
imagine playing a Kano deck without that.
Yeah, and that's just got better with the more options that come out. Yeah, and I think grasp is again one of those interesting things where it doesn't seem solidly good late game, but I mean the thing is it blocks for 2. I mean even that's just pretty solid value in itself. And if you do get the classic turn 1 Mordred Tide,
the Mordred Tide Arknight Shard.
Yeah, Arknight Shard.
Oh,
get
10
super value.
Turn 1.
Yeah. So
that's sick. I love.
Again, it probably on the lower when you rate it against the other legendaries, but it can be brutal. It can be brutal.
Yeah. And then people undervalue Skullcap because it's just blocks 2 and then blocks 1. But
Yeah.
if you ever played Welcome to Wraith format when you had just your pathetic little null room,
Yeah.
the Iron Rot hell,
Iron Rot, yeah.
just sitting there, and then you compare it to how naked you'd feel not having Skullcap in its place. It goes to show that even the Battle Worn 2 is just absolutely huge. Just for being able to block up those attacks.
Yeah. I still think the Arcane Barrier 3 on it is ridiculous. It's like it just doesn't need to be there because it never gets used for what it
there
could
is
be.
viable strategies around it where you want to set up a big play so you have it so you let them get lower than you, or you get lower than them, and then you just set up forever and they can never do damage.
But the problem is you have to get to a point where you get lower life than them but don't die, which is
a little bit leave them on 30.
A little bit easier, obviously, in Classic Constructed, but in Blitz it's pretty pretty tight to get to a point where you're lower than a wizard on life and not just dead because of it.
And if using your Arcanaut Skullcap as your Arcane Barrier has its own flaws because as only maybe 1% of people know, some of the wizard cards you can actually burn yourself.
Right.
And so when they get lower than you, you can just burn yourself to turn off their Skullcap and then just keep trading that back and forth.
Yeah.
So they can never do their setup play, and then all of a sudden they're low enough to burn them to death.
Yeah.
Because he says target hero. It doesn't.
Yeah.
I think stuff like Less Than and Lavas, Aether Spindle are only for your opponent.
Right.
Because, I mean, if you could damage yourself and then opt 5...
exactly.
That's pretty good. But stuff like Vaulting Bolt and Scalding Rain and Zap, you can definitely do it on yourself, which can turn off their Skullcap, which is... I mean, it can come up if your opponent's playing for that type of strategy.
Yep. Totally.
Alan back with his standings, or
I don't know. I think he's standing out there. I think they may be doing the giving out the top in class cards, so maybe that's what he's hanging around for.
Well, is there any questions in the chat? Someone want to comment in the chat? See, we can answer any questions that anyone has.
This is the problem is the way that I've set up. I can't even see the chat here. Can you?
I can see the chat.
All right,
I can see the chat. I got it on a separate computer. Yeah.
Excellent. Cool.
I'm set up for this. So if anyone wants to say something in the chat before the standings come up, we take a small break. We don't want to leave you with just blank screen. We want to get you guys the top 8 standings as soon as possible. So we're going to be staying on and. Who's in the chat? A lot of people saying happy birthday.
Oh, thank you. It's nice to be 21 again for the second
I wish.
Same. Oh, it's a few more years to that.
just a couple.
It's interesting. So. Also, it looks like Alan is about to come in now.
All right.
Excellent. Do we know what these people are playing?
Some of them.
All right. Okay, cool. All right, so here we are, top 8. So Ash Singh, he snuck in. His number
Dorinthia.
8. He got in, so that is great news. Dorinthia. At 7, Kale with Aggro Ira. Well done.
Excellent. So that goes to show he's come back. He took a loss and then shook it off. There was a bit of a misplay in there with his Ira effect, but didn't tilt him. So good on him.
That's good. Tom Petty made it in at 6, and we're assuming that he's playing Dorinthia because he normally plays that. Although that being said, I have known him to play Brute in the last
I've heard
last
him
little while.
Brute switch.
So I will get a confirmation on that, but that is Brute / Dorinthia there. Coming in at 5th is Sam Payne with Bravo. Well done. So we've seen Sam on on stream before. Matt coming in at 4th.
Methodical Matt.
with
What a
5
surprise,
wins.
right? Are we surprised at all?
Yeah,
He always seems to be top in these events.
I mean, I guess you might know more than me, but he is playing Ira today. He didn't change it up. Do you know?
I've gotten a picture. No, he's playing Ira, yes.
Yeah. And,
he's playing a couple spicy tech cards.
right.
So all these players have finished with 1 loss.
Yes, yeah. Well, sorry, yeah. So Sam, Tom, Kale, and Ash were all 4-2. Matt was the first of the 5-1s at 4th. And 3rd is his flatmate, Jacob Pearson on Ira with 5-1 as well.
Mansion mate.
Then at 5-1, coming in second, obviously losing his last round, is Nick Anderson with Ira again. We saw obviously Nick take on Kale earlier today, sporting more of the control Ira, and then top of the pop 6-0, Rohan bringing it for Wizard, bringing the fire.
Yeah. He's becoming the headmaster of Hogwarts at this rate.
That's right. I would say don't call him David Copperfield, but he is magical today. So yeah, 6-0. That's pretty good. So according to my calculations, that's 1, 2, 3,
4 Iras, 2 Dorinthias,
4 Iras, possibly 2 Dorinthias, or maybe 1 Dorinthia,
Bravo and a Kano.
Bravo and a Kano. So really, we're just waiting to find out what Tom played, and then bubbling out at 9th is Simon Austin Wallace. Oof, that is a tough.
The investor man himself with his Ira deck.
Yeah. Then at 10th we've got Vincent, who is a long time suffering Kano player who's been playing it since Arcane Rising. So that's a good showing for him. Then Newson Singh at 11th, he was playing Ira. We saw him earlier today. Callum Gittins at 12th. I'm not sure what he was playing. And then
playing Ira.
Probably. I mean,
it's what this says. It's the photo I've been sent.
All right.
And then we have our top Reinhardt performer.
Yeah.
Surprise of no one.
Yeah, as Carol. I mean,
the king of the jungle.
Yeah, that's good to see. And then his testing mate and fellow podcaster, Kieran McIntyre. I'll never get his last name
Something.
right. Yeah. Now, what was he playing today?
Wizard. We saw him get triple Iron Song response by Ash.
Yeah, and then Gary at 15, who was also on Ira. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Top, and I think Jarway was also Ira. So that's like top 16 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 out of 10 in the top 16 are Ira. So
yeah.
So you don't want to say there's a dominant deck, but there is definitely a deck that is doing better than others. But
sure.
That being said, it didn't top Swiss, and there's still, and as we saw in that last round with Ash, Dorinthia has a solid matchup. Against
Kano,
and he's going to.
And guess who's actually playing in the top 8?
And he's going to be versus Rohan in the first round. So that's going to be very interesting. What do you I heard Ash was saying that he's got a fairly tough matchup, Dorinthia versus Ira. Is that would you agree to that with the sort of testing that you guys have been doing?
With my 0 testing, I can safely say
strategizing.
That Dorinthia would not do well against all those defense reacts, especially all the flick flacks.
Yeah.
Someone asked what the top of Swiss. Kano was the top of Swiss, finishing 6-0.
Yeah, 6-0. Rohan really, and that just goes to show, as I said, Rohan has been playing Kano. I mean, full credit to Rohan. He put a lot of time and effort in Azalea straight after Crucible came out. He really did try and get Azalea to work, and but he switched over to Kano a little while ago, and has been really putting in the time with it, and it is paying off. Really probably knowing those lines quite well, and doing a great job running the wizard today.
I got a question for the chat. So we can choose who we want as our top cut match, right? So what are the people? Yeah. We want to see the comments. So we can either see another Kano versus Dorinthia match. We can see an Ira mirror, which I'm sure we're all going to be thrilled about. Mm-hmm. We can see a Dorinthia versus Ira, or we can see an Ira versus Bravo. I can see what everyone's saying in the chat. So I don't know what people are most interested in seeing.
Yeah, just 1 second. Do we have confirmation on what Tom's playing?
I sent.
Yeah, it says Dorinthia on my thing.
That is the confirmation. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
All right, guys. We can. You guys can take a break.
Right. So
we're gonna ask the chat what feature match they wanted to see.
So Alan, we're just gonna ask the chat what feature match they want to see for the first round of.
I think maybe people want to see Matt Rogers play. I think a lot of people love to watch him in action, especially because he's playing an Ira deck where we're a lot of methodical. Yep. People want to see Ira. Yep. Brett Rogers wants to see Ira and Bravo matchup.
And top 8 start will be at 325.
All right, so top 8 start at 325 have just been confirmed. All right. So yeah, let's
We'll give a couple of minutes to see what other people want to see. I'll probably we can make a post on Facebook, right, to see what feature match we'll get voted in.
Yeah.
All right, I'll make a post.
And we can go from there. Definitely.
Yep.
I mean, and it is quite a stacked top 8. Just looking at the names there: Matt Rogers, Kale, Rohan, Nick,
Tom Penny, Jacob, Nick Anderson. Just staple names in New Zealand.
Yeah,
they're just consistent players as well.
I mean, and probably someone who doesn't get enough credit for making top 8s is Ash Singh. Ash is actually is constantly often in that 7th and 8th position, but he is always there or thereabouts, and and again it goes to show, as he was saying, he doesn't get a lot of time to test, so he tends to stick with the same deck, and just play what he knows, and I mean
that's just as much as possible shows,
and that is a solid way to be if you don't have the time to infinitely play different decks, to actually focus in on what you enjoy and get the reps in that way.
Yep, definitely. So I'm going to make a post in the fan page, so if people want to vote on that, make sure to vote which feature match you're going to see, and we have a little bit of time before we have 40 minutes before the next round, the top 8 starts, so we've got a lot of time to vote it. And people are coming in from America, so good to see everyone from all over the world coming in. I'm about to make a post. We'll go on a break, and then we'll come back with the feature match we want to see.
Just because we need time to do the deck list. Yeah. Do you want to pause the streaming?
All right. So we're gonna pause the stream there just while we set up for top 8. As I said, I think Nick, you're gonna put up a poll on the Facebook page, and and then we'll be back at 3:25 local time to kick off the top 8, and see some Ira is what's going to happen.
Yep, and Ira is in every single top cut match, so can't escape it. Oh no, there's not. There's a Dorinthia.
No, there's one non-Ira matchup. So we are looking forward to it, and we will be back at 3:25. See you then.
Catch you guys then.
Alright.
All right. Okay, so we are back with the first game of the top 8. Nick, are you there?
Oh, which one? Sea calling.
All right. Technical difficulties. We're trying our best to get
Hold on. It's
Nick online. So shuffling up this. All right. All right.
Here we go.
Oh, here we go. All right.
All right.
Is that? Can you see that? Can you see?
Can you see the stuff?
Yep.
Excellent. All right.
Put it down a little bit.
Okay.
Down a little bit. I don't know what I'm
Beautiful.
doing. All right.
Easy.
Excellent.
Got it.
So we have Rohan, who is 6-0, versus Ash.
Back at it. Back in the feature match table.
Yeah, versus Ash, who played Dorinthia, and last time we saw him on the table against the Dorinthia player, he was successful. So this should be an interesting matchup to see if Ash can be as aggressive as he was in the last time he played a Kano player. But this is probably the match of this round. This is really could be anyone's game depending on draw of the cards.
Yep, after that last feature match, definitely Ash, I think, has an advantage, getting momentum, just destroying the last Wizard opponent in just a couple of turns. So we'll see how this one goes. I think Rohan will be choosing to go first, which gives him a pretty big advantage, especially when you're playing Kano, get that free chip damage in. Maybe you play a free energy pot out. So we'll see how Ash can fix that issue and get the momentum.
And if you're new to watching top 8s, a reason Nick says Rohan chose is because the player that finishes with the best record gets to choose if they want to be on the draw or go second in the top 8 matches. So it really is an advantage to get that higher up result.
And then you see the top card of his deck was a red Voltic Bolt, so he's getting 3 free damage. Oh, another 3 from
Blazing Aether.
And he's taking it. He gets to draw back up.
And he does get to draw back up.
Maybe he just wants to keep the cards he has.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they're red. We're not sure. Oh, the sigil,
well,
there you go.
He's gained it back up.
It was red, and it was a sigil. So,
yep.
Well played, Ash. He gets to draw up now. Now this is where he has to come out firing. This is what won him the last game was just early pressure the whole time. So this is where Ash needs to be.
And now Rohan's got his arsenal, so he's got 5 cards to work with.
Yeah,
makes it a bit scarier. So he's going to be really trying to push damage through. Oh, and that's a way to do it with the 9-song determined. Your favorite, the Dorinthia
Dorinthia. This is what we've been talking about. Make me proud, Ash. Oh, Warriors Valor.
Oh, there you go. Coming in for 7.
Wow.
No cards in hand, so he's vulnerable, and he doesn't have the mana to be able to attack again. So to get the extra value from the Warriors Valor.
Yeah, it was an awkward hand. 3 reds and a yellow. I mean, good cards, but yeah, awkward value hand.
This potentially could have gone for instead of playing the valet, could have just played the supremacy and then maybe flip the boots as a threatening card.
Possibly.
There's not much pressure here for Rohan to really... I mean, he could just block with 1 card, take 4, sure. Now he's got 4 cards to do some burn damage with. Not much pressure on him. Because he can't get the value off the Warriors Valor.
But I think...
block with an Aether Spindle.
I think for Ash, it is getting that card out of his hand and just getting some points... some points off him as the main focus here.
They're both going out swinging here. This is...
Yeah. Oh, look at that. Tome
brutal.
from the Arsenal. Wow.
Gaining 4 life.
It's like Ash's last turn never happened.
Yep. Completely nullifying that entire turn. And now he's going to be able to get a full sequence off.
Yeah, plus having those extra cards in hand to attack with. That's amazing.
So we'll see what he's going for here. He's revealed the Blazing Ether. Oh, that's a red Aether Flare.
Aether Flare. Oof.
Or is it a blue? I can't really tell.
It is. No, it is. It is red. It is a red.
Yep.
So
he's definitely going to need an Arcane Barrier this one, especially with the effect of. Yep. So he's just going to come in for 2 damage with the Blazing Ether, unless he wants to block that damage. He'll take 2.
Yeah. Ryan catches that. Yeah. It's double the damage that had been done. Not as brutal as it could have been for Ash. So
for sure.
Feels like he probably got away with that, considering how it was.
And there's an Lightning Strike, but probably with Go again, you want to really.
I would.
Unless he's got that Razor Reflex.
Yeah. Well, he has gone for 7, so possibly looking for Razor.
Yeah, maybe he wants to put the card in Arsenal. He's got 1 card.
Yeah.
Really get at that big 5-card turn that Dorinthia really wants.
Yeah. I mean, and 7...
lens.
And 7 is nothing to sneeze at.
Is there a chance that there's lethal here? Is there a lethal opportunity here for Rohan?
14.
He's popping the lens. He's got a card in hand.
I mean, it comes down to if the card Ash is holding is blue. I think
blue, yeah.
If it's blue, I don't think Rohan can do it on this turn. But
I don't think so.
But hard to tell.
And he's gone through both Blazing Ethers, so
yeah, that is quite a big thing to have popped early.
Yeah, and he's only taken 6 damage, so but he's gone through a sigil, so. I think both players are pretty happy with the position they're in.
Yeah. I mean, it's still definitely anyone's game at this point.
He could shift right here with this Talisman lens. He's thinking about it. He's thinking,
yeah.
Is this kill? Has he got a blue in his hand? Well, yep. So he's gonna take the 7, is he?
Oof.
Yep.
All right. Left.
All right. Is there something big coming in? So ends his turn.
Left the 2 cards on top.
He's gonna Arsenal and draw back up. Always want to hope you draw some blues with 3 null runes.
Yeah, totally.
Right. This could be big turn right here. All right, there's a Tome of the Aether Wind.
That's interesting.
Coming in here. That's a Sonic Boom for 4 damage.
Wow.
And he's going to be able to draw 2 cards.
Yep.
There you go. He's got the blue shunt.
Yeah. Oh, and he knew it was a snapback. Yep. Oh.
So that's 3. So hopefully he's got another blue or a couple blues in his hand here and can fight through this damage because he's going to be able to draw 2 cards.
Yeah.
And he's got 3 counters and the Strider's going. So this could be over here.
Yeah.
If he got some reds in his hand.
Rohan really putting on a masterclass of how to play Kano today.
Definitely. That's another thing with the difference between null rune 3 and null rune 4. Getting that Sonic Boom off really can cripple the opponent. So even the null rune 4, you get rid of an extra card to stop them, but they could hit a snapback like he did here, and it really just changed the game completely. There's a Reverberate.
Oof.
So that's another I don't know if they're on the red one. I think it might just be a blue one.
That is just the blue one, yeah.
Yeah.
And
you can pitch that Supremacy.
Supremacy for...
and there's another snapback from his hand. He's taken another 3. Oh, this is painful.
There's a sigil.
Never mind. There's the sigil from the arts. I don't know if I like playing it there. I think I'd rather just give my opponent the thought that, hey, I'm on 7.
Yeah.
Come on, I'm going to tempt you to kill me, and I'm going to flip my sigil and just blow you out. But he's in top 8 for a reason. He's probably played this matchup quite a bit and just wants to be comfortable.
There's also something to be said about playing it before you forget that it's there. Like I've seen people put their hand out, shake their hand, and then look at their arsenal and like, oh crap, I forgot I had that. So there is something to be said about making sure that you don't miss the opportunity to play it.
So he's coming in for 3, and he's taken it. Now he's going to play the Snapdragon Scales.
All right. Valor.
And there's a Valor. Another attack. So he's Cindering Foresight. This might decide the game right here.
Yep.
He can't get a Sonic Boom because he's pitched it, but he hasn't used any stirs or any forks. So we'll be on the lookout for that. And 10 damage is not hard for Kano to get through.
And Ash has 1 floating, I believe.
No, he doesn't have any.
No, none floating. Oh yeah.
Nothing. So all or nothing here. This is the knife's edge we're talking about. You're in it to win it, baby. That's what I'm saying.
And so often, this is what Kano matches come down to, right? It's sort of like it's like I win or I lose, and that's
as
it.
you've seen we've seen Rohan blow out his opponent. We've seen Kano get blown out by Ash, and now it's just more the 50-50 game. So he's going to pop this. So he's got 1 resource open right now.
Yeah. Ooh, lessons in lava. And the nodes.
And
it hits because, of course, Ash has nothing to stop
and that's game
it.
over. Oh, he does not have Blazing Ether in his deck.
No, he doesn't have Blazing Ether in his deck. He doesn't have another lessons of lava, right? Although...
Yes. Does he? If he has the resources for it, then he'll be able to do it, and then he's going to be able to use the second part of that node's effect to kill him if he has the resources available, which he probably does, otherwise he wouldn't be making the play, so could be looking at the end of the game here. And he's thinking. Singh, has he got lethal? Is he gonna?
Yeah.
He can get. Yeah, I think he needs. If he has a blue and a red in his hand, if he has a blue and a yellow in his hand, he's got it.
Yeah.
But if he doesn't, we'll have to see.
Yeah, he's doing the maths.
Unless he's got a scold. Yeah, unless he's got a Scalding Rain. If he has a red Scalding Rain, it makes life easier for him.
Yeah.
Because he just needs the blue and a red, or 2 yellows.
Yeah, just can't see what is in his hand at the moment.
Yeah. I think maybe he's messed up because he maybe thought of he's going Blazing Ether and just killing him straight up.
Yes, yeah.
Realized he didn't have any left. But
yeah. I mean, again, those Blazing Aethers went so early. It's easy to forget about it. And okay, so he's got eye in his hand.
Okay.
So he's got stuff.
But is it eye and a yellow or eye and a red?
Hard to
If
tell.
it's an eye and a red, it's an easy win, right? You just get a Voltic Bolt.
Yeah.
Slim, easy does it, right? Or you can get yourself a Sonic Boom and get that off there because I think.
Although I think he's used both the Sonic Booms, hasn't he? He used one and blocked
No,
the
he
other
did
one.
pitch one. He did pitch one.
Oh, did he
There's
pitch
one
it?
at the bottom of the deck,
he pitched it. All right, sorry, yeah.
He's used one and he's pitched one.
Right.
He did in the last turn
Yeah.
when he did the Tome of Final play.
Okay, yep, of course.
But it all comes down to this: if anything, you can just block with the last 2 cards in your hand. You know? Oh, he's got an eye, so he can't block with the other 2.
Yeah, so he can get it, yeah.
But it's definitely not the ideal spot. As we said, it's it's on a knife's head. Anyone's game here. This is.
Yeah. All right, so
it's got an Aether Flare.
Aether Flare, all right.
Going to block with a Tunic in the last card, so he's going to take 3. He's going to take 3.
Yep.
And then he doesn't have Twinning Blade, so he cannot attack again with the weapon.
Yep.
Gets that delicious counter.
Yep. No, to be fair, I don't think he's going to get another chance to swing with that blade.
Potentially. that's oh, he's drawn the Sonic Boom, but he does not have the Striders. That's the issue here. That Ash is happy as can be here because there's no tricky business. There's only top decks. That's all he can really lose to, and he's got a blue in his hand. He's got the blue Singh in his hand that I saw. So I think he's all right. I think getting just attacking for 4, that's lethal.
Yep.
And
so now Ryan's got a decision to make.
Yep, because all red cards are dead pretty much because he doesn't have the Striders to really get that damage through.
And we know he's got eye.
All right, a hit and run. That's a card out of his hand.
Yeah.
He's going to pitch that blue Singh.
All right, so two floating.
2 in hand.
2 in hand.
This is crunch time. This is where
and this is where
your tournament life is on the line. There's no time for messing up here. Top cut. This is.
I mean, the eye's solid here, in the fact that Ryan's going to be able
to a Voltic Bolt.
Yeah, I think he's got a Voltic Bolt in his hand, but he can't use it.
It does not help with it. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah. And he's got Sonic Boom in his hand as well.
Which is tough.
Is not good for resource either, or for top decking with eye. But he hasn't used Stir or Fork. He hasn't used Forked, so he can easily eye into a Forked, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Maybe he's used 1 Forked.
But yeah, mate, it definitely has to eye here. Yep. And this is what it comes down to. Whatever.
Heart of the card, baby. This is where it's all on the line. This is true top cut. The pressure is on.
Yeah.
Everyone's watching.
And
he's the sole wizard left. So
and Ash still has 2 cards in hand, so he can still stop.
Yeah, quite a bit of damage.
Quite a bit because he's got 2 resources floating already, and 2 cards in hand. So.
All right, what's he? I think he's put him at the bottom. Did he put him?
Yeah,
at the bottom?
It looked like he did.
Yeah,
it looked like he did. So now it's just literally having to play with what's on top. Oh, Aether Spindle.
That's a spindle.
It's a red spindle as well.
That's a great card. Is he able to pitch for it?
Yeah.
He's pitched a.
He's pitched a blue Voltic Bolt.
Okay. Yeah. So that's coming in. That is lethal. So he's going to have to pitch cards here.
Yeah.
So he's going to use all 3.
All right.
That's a sharpened steel. Is that a? Yeah, it's a red sharpened steel.
A red
so
sharpened
he's
steel.
He's going to take 2.
Yeah.
He's going to get 2 on the top of his deck. But now Rohan's only got 1 card, so he definitely can't block the thing. He's going to have to.
Yeah.
Pull something. He's going to pull a rabbit out of the hat here.
Yeah. And just hope that last.
He's got 2 cards.
He does have 2 cards. Oh, Voltic Bolt.
That's 5.
And that was so close. Oh, what a game. Ash, so close. But Rohan pulling it out at the end. What an absolute barn burner to no pun intended. But Rohan really doing it tough there. Like, as we said, those Blazing Aethers went early and that lesson of lava turn where he was searching and couldn't find anything of value. We thought he may have lost it there, but no. And that's the thing though about Kano, right? It's like as long as you've got 1 health, you're still in the game.
Yep, for sure.
Yeah.
That just shows that was a close one. That was a very close one.
It's a shame Ash not able to go back to back against the Wizards, but no shame in losing to Rohan in that match. Very good game.
Yeah, definitely.
He can hold his head up high, and he's done well. And so Wizard moves on, and we'll wait to see.
So he's going to be he's going to play against. I think he's playing against Matt or Sam.
Mm-hmm.
Ira or Guardian in the top 4. So we'll see how he goes on there. We'll probably see maybe we'll see him in the finals at this point. He's on fire right now, literally.
Yeah. So
Now,
do we want to get him in for an interview, or probably?
Well, I think we're going to see just because we're going to see if the other games are still going or not.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, if the other games are still not going, then we go straight to top 4. What's it even better?
Yeah. But so with that being said, Rohan, as we said, with Guardian or Ira coming up, which one do you think he'd be most wanting to see next round?
Well, he did mop the floor with Guardian in our last match we saw him, so I'm sure he's very much hoping to get that again. Just another nice, easy round, game 2, turn 2 win. But might not be as easy this time around.
All right. Well, we have the man himself. I'm calling him David Copperfield. He's the magic man today. I'm gonna put you on and let you have another chat with him. Just give me a second. There we are. Right. Well done, man. That was a great game. All right. Oh, can I give you just say something?
Hey Nick, how are you doing?
Hello. How was that? That was
dude,
the best game we've seen today.
Did you? I mean, I threw that game. I don't know if you guys saw with the. I almost threw the game. We saw that
big less than lava play, and then we said, "Oh, he's probably got him here." He doesn't have. We saw that we did note that you used both your blazing ethers really early. And then you were stumped for a little bit, like, oh no, was he hoping to get blazing ether off that lesson?
Yeah, I literally was. I forgot I had 2 blazings in the graveyard. I was like, I've got lethal, pop everything. I think especially because that turn, I could have done it a different way, and maybe saved some equipment or something. So yeah, after that, I was rattled, man. Like 7 rounds of wizard now. My brain's just fried.
Yeah.
I have to just try and grind through.
Did you know that your top card was the Voltic, or were you just like, this is my Hail Mary, I'm just going for it?
No.
I got a lot of outs.
That was all blind. I Kano'd, I think, a Chain Lightning and a blue card to the bottom. And I figured as long as I hit something, I can at least live. Like, if the top card wasn't Voltic, I think I could at least block there and survive. Yeah, so I needed to either force cards out of his hand or Hail Mary, try win it.
Well, it turns out you wouldn't have survived because you would have just come in with a Coax Commotion and just... But, that's how it goes with Wizard, you know? That's what's exciting about it, right? You get that.
Yeah, look, it's a lot of fun to play. It's a lot of fun to play, and yeah, I feel very fortunate after that game, man. I definitely threw it away with that one turn.
I think he made a mistake where he pitched Supremacy for the Determination Valor, but he didn't have the resource to attack again. I would have rather seen him play the Supremacy and the Valor. Sorry. The Supremacy and the Determination, and then flip the Scalers or the Bolters, because that way it just forces so much more pressure, and then because you're not really pressured because he has no resources left with the Valor, right? Mm-hmm. You don't really care, you can't attack again.
No, yeah.
That's the only thing I would have liked to see from him to get that bit of extra pressure out. But other than that, that was an exciting game. I'm sure everyone was really into that one. I was into it.
Yeah, man, it must be nice for you guys to not see an Ira in the feature tables.
Yeah. We got a lot of well dones. Hayden Dale in the chat saying well played.
Oh, appreciate it. Glad you guys are enjoying this.
But yeah, we've had the discussion. Who are you hoping for in top 4? Sam, who you obliterated in 2 turns, or methodical Matt Rogers? Who are you hoping to get?
I mean, look, nothing against Sam. He's a good player, but I'd much rather verse Sam than Matt. Matt's the boogeyman, I think, for everyone, right? I don't think I've beaten him yet in a big tournament. To be honest, I don't think I've beaten him at all yet.
All right. Well, I mean, let's hope that we get Sam in there. I mean, no one wants to see Ira anyway, because we've seen quite enough of it. But luckily, we got Thing in the Thing. I hope you should relax after that game. Get some water.
Yeah, let me drink some water. I think I've been slamming back energy drinks to try stay on point. Hopefully I can get through the next 2 rounds without making too many blunders.
I mean, it doesn't matter. You've got the win. Just make sure it just doesn't happen again. You definitely have the momentum to take out this tournament, which is going to be good.
Yeah. Well, thanks a lot, Nick. Thanks everyone.
All good. Thanks for joining us.
No worries. All right, we'll go grab some water and stuff. I'll go find Ian and get him back on here.
All right.
Cheers, man.
Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, well, that was our feature match winner, Rohan, who's still undefeated, 7-0. I hope you guys enjoyed that game like we all did. That was down to the wire. That's I'm recovering watching that one. That was exciting. But that's what goes to show you go for that blind Kano, risk it all. That's sometimes that's just what you got to do to get that win. It just goes to show that even in the highest pressure situation, you identify your win conditions, and that's how you get those wins. So it's no surprise that he's undefeated for sure. Yeah, for sure, fat guy IT. It just goes to show, even after you realize that you make a mistake, coming back from that, it just goes to show how good of a player that you can be. All right, I'm gonna see who is in the winning in the next feature match. So we're probably gonna do the other side of the bracket the next feature. So it'll be either it's gonna be an Ira deck in that matchup anyway, because there's 3 Iras in the other side of the bracket. So I'm sure everyone's excited for that one. But let me ask and see who is winning on the other side of the bracket.
Hey Nick, it's Alan here. Oh, can you hear me, Nick?
Yep. Have we got any idea of who's winning on the other side?
No, that match went pretty quick. We're still waiting on the other results from the other side. So I think we'll take a quick break here and come back, hopefully,
cool.
the games, and we'll come back in about 5 to 10. But no, I'll go try and get an update, but all the games still seem to be in motion on the other table. So yeah, we'll see what we get. But yeah, we'll be back. We'll be covering Rohan again, obviously covering his soon-to-be semi-final match. We'll find out hopefully soon.
I was thinking we'd do the other side of the bracket just to switch it up get some other people on the cast. But yeah, it's up to you.
We'll see who that the other ones are. But we'll come back. We'll take a break, guys. Thank you for watching. We'll be back. Yeah, hopefully it won't be long. Blitz matches in this top 8, I believe, are untimed, but everyone plays at a pretty good rate, and obviously it's Blitz. So yeah, we'll be back soon.
All right, see you then. Bye, everyone.
time.
You do realise the stream's frozen at the moment?
Yeah, I'm fixing it.
Cool, sweet.
Very good. What the fuck? Why is my... Wait, they started.
They shouldn't have started. They have started. Alright. Are we live?
We are. They have started. Yeah, next on.
All right, they have jumped the gun on us and started without us. This is the semi-final. It is Matt versus Rohan, Ira versus Kano. Nick, are you there? Can't hear Nick, so I will just go ahead.
I think he jumped off the call.
All right. Maybe he's
We're back.
Oh yes, we are back. They have they jumped the gun on us. They've already started. So clearly Matt must have sigiled turn 1 because he is on 22. So unless he is savagely cheating, it definitely means he has played a sigil. Rohan on 14. And
This is our first Matt Rogers feature match, which I'm sure everyone knows of the famous methodical Matt Rogers.
Yes. So here we are. What a time to get Matt on. It is semi-finals time. We see that Ira, of course, that needle there does a lot of pressure in this matchup, knowing that there is no defense reactions, and
So he's just gonna
filter cards
pitch
here.
and pass. Yep.
Yeah. And that is a key move for the Kano player. If just wanting to filter your hand off, you can do it with the Crucible there.
So Rohan did say to me that he was not wanting to play Matt Rogers, that he is a boogeyman type figure to him, and he just can't seem to get a win over him. So they're going to see the E-strike for 7.
Yeah.
Oh, he's drawing a card. He's drawing a card. Is he
drawing.
threatening the racer reflex?
I think that is the play that is the threat here. Of course, Matt is running the full 4 Null as we have seen all the other Ira players play, and he does have the razor. Oh.
That is brutal. And he's going to get that go again.
Down to 8. Oh,
and there's a command. Oh my god!
Man. This could be a very quick match.
For work. This is not safe for work right here.
Rohan throwing down 2 cards there, fully blocking, and just having to.
He's just gonna have to pass his turn back, flipping up the tunic and passing.
Yeah.
As I said, Rohan just went through a very grueling game, and he's back here getting pumped to the pump.
Yep.
With Matt Rogers, it's not the place where you'd want to be.
And again,
you want to take a break, but no time, there's no rest.
Yeah, that's the top 8, man. It's top 8 blitz format. It's
and you see Matt's got a fly kick in his hand too now, and he's going to be able to pump out some more damage after this needle strike. So
is that a flying kick? Yeah. Was the other card a sigil as well?
It is a sigil.
Oh man,
Matt Rogers is playing 2 red sigil as well as 2 yellow sigil. So that's a lot of extra work that Rohan has to put through with those 2 yellow sigils that Matt's got packing in his deck. He's going to block that one. And he's not want to see that. That's a flag. He does not want to see that. Mm-hmm. That's threatening lethal right there. So he's going to have to block with at least some card. Oh, Matt Rogers out of the gate here. It's full pressure. And he's going to have to block with a Stir of the Aether Wind, which is just not what you want to be able, not what you want doing when you're playing Kano.
That is a tough 2 turns back to back for Rohan there.
Oh, here you go. He's going to be able to tome, draw 2 cards.
Yeah.
Gain 3 life.
Back up to 8. Solid. Pitching now.
Rohan did get that top deck for the win in the last round, and there's no reason he can't do it again right now. There you go. Here we go.
Yeah.
He's back up to 4 cards.
22 life is a big wall to climb, though.
If there's one deck that can do it, it's Kano, especially. Yeah. Well, see, look at this. These are some great hits right here. Matt's not going to be happy about this.
This is a great turn so far.
So that was another blind Kano. Snapback. Is that a red?
I believe so, yes.
Oh, there you go. And they're just coming in for 4 damage. Which could get entirely blocked out by Matt here, but probably just want to keep up the pressure. Maybe just block 3, take 1.
Absolutely. And that's what it's
And he's
happening.
gonna
They're
do
taking
that.
1.
Yeah. Oh, another snapback. Oh my goodness.
Snapback. Another red one as well.
Yeah.
This might get another card out of Matt's hand, which Rohan would be happy about.
Well, that was a great swing back turn for Rohan. Well, I don't know what more you can hope for. You've gotten the energy pot in the field. You've gotten a bunch of damage in.
And got
or
some life
to,
back.
but,
yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. Still, I mean, it's still an uphill battle, but it definitely has swung back a little bit.
It's gonna have a weak turn here.
Yeah. And he won't be unhappy to see Matt having to use cards there. Again, coming in with that Razor. Oh, sorry, that Kadachi.
Taking the 1, as they usually do. And there's a command for 7. Oh. Not as impactful because there's no arsenal.
That's right, but still, 7 when you're on 7 is still, you got to deal with it.
Matt's PSR down. He does not have any resources floating. So this could be the chance for Rohan to get a big turn in. You never know with Kano. That's the one thing we've learned from this live stream. It just
absolutely
it can win out of nowhere.
I will be impressed to see 21 in a turn though.
It's not impossible.
It's not impossible.
A sonic boom into a forked lightning, or stir into a blazing ether.
Yeah.
The heart of the cards has been with Rohan this weekend. And
that's right.
I don't see it stopping.
Living the dream, possibly.
We've still got all his equipment up. He's got his talisman. He's got his boots.
Absolutely.
But this is threatening lethal unless he wants to go with the shooting and go to 1. But say just block with 2 cards. Go down to 6, you don't lose your arsenal, you're alright.
Yeah.
Maybe try and get a recovery going. Because you've still got that energy pot. That energy pot can just be the difference between 3 or 5 damage on its own. So
totally.
There's a lot of thinking with Kano. You
Oh,
really have to do everything perfect.
And
he goes to blocking with 2, go on a 6.
Yeah. Loses a Voltic Bolt and the Lessons in Lava on that block, but I think saving the life it was important.
He's just going to Arsenal and pass.
Yeah.
Interesting, he didn't use Kano, he didn't use the Crucible.
Yeah. So I think he must like what he has in his
He's
hand.
pitched two reds here for the... Yeah, so that might not be doing much this turn.
Oh no, that's a red and a blue. I think that's a blue flip
is it a blue flip
flag? It is a blue flip flag, yeah. So.
Alright.
And again, just the Zephyr Needle in this matchup is so tough.
Yeah, always forcing a card.
Yeah.
Unless he wants to just take the 3. There's a drone.
Nice.
Just unrelenting here.
Yep. And of course, in our other semi-finals, we have Jacob Pearson playing Kale. So that is
Kale
in there. Yeah, Kale managing to get revenge against Nick in their quarterfinals replay of the earlier round. So pretty much we're guaranteed Ira at least one half of the finals, and it could be an Ira mirror. But Rohan,
looking like it at this point, unless Rohan can pull a cat out of the hat.
Yeah.
Which he's a wizard, so very, very, very magician-like.
That's right. Seems familiar.
Very good flavour about Wizard, you know. It really makes a lot of sense that he plays this certain way.
Yeah. Oof. Sigil up to 24. That is a lot of damage the Kano player has to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
Sonic
Boom. Unfortunately, he's got 4 null runes, so it's...
Yeah. It is a tough one. Although, I mean, he'd be happy to get cards out of his hand.
He's taken the whole thing.
Yeah, and at 24, he can really he can afford to. I mean,
What's he got here? So
Matt just wants to hold on to his hand, so...
You got the Aether Spindle. Gaze the Ages. That's good too. That isn't the worst option, to be honest.
Yeah, because of course that
goes back to your hand.
Yep, solid.
And he's got that insurance policy in the energy pot, just to if he needs the mana in a pinch.
Yeah.
You see, Matt's got another sigil in his hand.
So that is the end of his turn. Gets the gaze back to his hand. And Matt again, just a thousand scratches. Kadachi.
I've lost video.
Oh. Alright, well, Rohan goes down to 1, taking that Kadachi hit. I think Alan's battery's low.
Okay.
So
here we go.
There we are. And
all right, he's gonna pop that lens.
Yeah.
So this is where he's saying, all right.
Yeah, got to do 20.
This is it for me.
Have to do 20.
And more. I think he's got that sigil in his hand as well. So that's not.
So,
this is where you really got to think. What everything is on the line here.
Yeah,
I'm under the pump. My opponent's the national champion.
Yeah.
What have I got to do to pull this one out?
Yeah, sometimes you've just got to...
Alright,
you just got to block. Oof.
And there's a Soul Bead Strike, which is even more brutal because he's on 1 life.
That's right. So, I mean, he has to fully block it anyway because he's on 1 life, but and that Soul Bead Strike at 4 is such an annoyance with the if it hits, go again, because it really
especially in Blitz.
Yeah.
People aren't playing those red defense reacts.
Exactly.
Especially because you can follow it up with anything, right? You get that go again. You never know. There's a torrent of tempo. You could have an E strike. It's just. But you don't want to get rid of your hand, even if it ends his turn, because you just have to end your turn. Then you just get then the Kadachis really pressure you. So
exactly,
it's just a lose.
Exactly. And this is the tough spot for Rahan because he's going to have to either block with 2 cards or card and equipment and really not be left with much on the swing back, and then have to face another 4-card turn from Matt. Yeah, and just that life gain early for Matt has really helped him out. It means he hasn't had to stress about being in
gained
those
at least
low numbers.
He's gained what, 6 life, 7 life, something like that.
Easily 6 or more. Yeah. So,
yeah, just crazy.
So here we are, and there we are.
Blocking with that tunic.
Yeah.
And there's another sigil, just brutal. The red one as well this time. Just nailing the coffin, man. It's just all the life gain, all the poke. It's just like Matt's deck's designed for like this wizard matchup, isn't it? Like you got all the null runes, all the life gain.
Exactly. It is. That is a tough one for sure. And that eye, of course, couldn't block with it. So
Mm-hmm.
Stir the eighth wind. Alright, let's see if we can do 23 this turn. Or 27 because of Nelrune.
Yep.
Chain lightning. It's good. It's a good start. It's,
Well, that's a good start. That's 10.
Unfortunately, yeah, run out of cards after this though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's only going to prevent 3. So he's going to take 7 and go to 16.
Yeah.
All right. He's lost his energy pot. He's got his 4 cards here.
Yeah.
He's going to have to block. He's going to have to do something on this very first Kadachi attack, I'd say.
Yep. He has to. This is tough. You kind of have to go for it, don't you?
Yeah. Even though you just know it's not going to be enough, but you just have to play the Hail Mary and.
Oh, and double checking the graveyard.
Yeah, see if he's got how many big attacks he can do left, because
Yeah.
basically easy to block with these 2, but then when it comes down to the E-Strike for 7 or the Command for 7.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. There's a lot of risky cards for him left in the deck. Things like the drones and the torrent of tempos and things like that. It's just there's a lot of threats that he.
And then there's the Razor Reflex you have to fear as well, because it's on 1 life and there's no defense reacts in his deck. But I think at this point you say if he has Razor, I can't possibly win. So
Yes. Yeah. Like.
I just block with 1 card.
Yeah.
If he has Razor, extend the hand.
Yeah.
That's cool. But as I said, he doesn't have the Razor here, so he's gonna. All right, what's he got? Is there any strike for 7? There's a red Soul Bead in hand. Oh, gonna get rid of his whole hand again.
Yeah.
Was that not a red Soul Bead?
Well, that
Oh, no,
was
it's-
it.
There's a drone for 6.
Yeah.
Oh,
Pitching
it's
the
the last
soul.
2 cards.
Oof.
It's the pass again. He's
Yeah.
not. This is the thing. He's not using he's not using threat density in his deck to do all this damage. He's got drones.
Yeah.
He's just pitching cards, whereas Rohan's throwing away his cards. Unfortunately.
Yeah, it is tough. It is tough. Yeah, I mean, like Rohan lost a zap and a sonic boom on that last block.
Yeah. And an Aether Spindle.
And an eighth spindle, exactly. It's like the threats left in his deck are dwindling. So at some point he does have to push the Hail Mary button and see if he can do 16. But oof, it is tough.
Matt has pitched a red, so it's no, it's not going to be able to. He's going to pitch a yellow. Yeah, so. And very tough spot, especially because some of these Kano cards do block for 2, like Cindering Foresight.
Of course. And that's where that +1 from Ira gets so valuable for the Ira player.
There's a red Spindle.
Yeah.
What's this going to be? Is that a Torrent of Tempo? It is.
Yeah, the yellow torrent of tempo. So.
Yep. So that's 4 damage. It's another card, another 2 cards.
Yeah. Oof.
He's going to pitch the thing. Okay. He's using the Storm Striders because he can't do anything.
Yeah, and
he's gonna block. Yeah. Okay, he's blocking
Yeah.
because he drew the 2 cards. Yeah. All right.
yeah. Oof. But
So he's out of the thing. It's
yeah, and Rohan's deck is just getting thinner and thinner.
Mm-hmm. And Matt's going to be drawing into the Razor Reflex eventually, right?
Yeah. Just coming in with that Kadachi. Oh.
All right, he's going for it here. Nothing else you can possibly do.
I think this has to be the turn. All right. Aether Flare. All right.
I think it's blue.
No, it's red. It's red.
Okay.
It's red.
Oh, okay.
So solid red.
If he can get off 2 cards, if he has nothing but reds, he can get a forked off the top.
Mm.
Oh, he's pitching 2 cards, so he Nullrune's 4. All right, so he takes 1.
Yeah.
Oh no, is it? Nullrune 4, so he's going for 5 on.
Yeah,
okay, so he's taking 1. Okay,
taking
cool.
1, yeah.
And he's going to blind.
Yeah. Although, I mean, with so few cards in his deck, he probably have a fairly good idea of what that card is. And it's not going to help him. Oh, tough.
Matt Rogers again in the finals. No matter what format it is, this guy seems to just always seem to clutch it out and get in there. But, I mean, nothing. The performance by Rohan, 7-0 before this point, with a deck that is quite difficult to play and having to be on feature match this many times, the pressure can be on, and it just, what a solid performance, I say.
He's had a great day, but I mean, that, as I said, just that life game so early for Matt really meant that he didn't feel the pressure of Kano, of getting into those low numbers, and we're having to seriously worry about getting burnt out. And just allowed him to play a little bit more freely and push through those turns where Rohan just had to drop cards to block. So that is tough. Anyway, speaking of the man himself. Someone who you've probably talked to a little bit, knowing you guys' history, I'm gonna pass you over to Matt right now for the little post game analysis.
All right. See what the champ has to say.
Oh, Nick, how you doing, mate?
I'm good. What'd you think of that? What'd you think of that game? Did it go exactly how you wanted it to go?
Yeah, I don't think it could have gone much more how I wanted it to go, to be honest. My hands were on point. Everything lined up pretty perfectly. And I didn't really give him a window to breathe, so it worked out.
So you're in the finals now. You've been crushing it this whole tournament. What's your experience been so far this event?
Pretty interesting. Had a few reasonably close games. I got absolutely blown out in the Swiss by the most. I never saw it coming in a million years. I was way ahead. I think I was on about 6 life or something. He was on 1. He was blocking every turn. I had all of my equipments up. I felt like I could never lose. My sigil was coming next turn, and then all of a sudden he played a crane. What is it? Crane dance, and then he played the red majestic, which got
Heron's Flight.
Heron's Flight. So it comes in for 5 plus 1 from Ira, plus he had 1 from the thing for exactly 7, and I couldn't block it with any of my equipments or any cards in deck, and I all of a sudden just died.
Well, it just be that way sometimes.
Yeah, it was some sweet tech. He obviously cracked something for the Ira matchup, worked it out, and figured out something pretty genius, and it completely took me by surprise. So that was an interesting experience in the Swiss.
So you've made into the finals versus every other Ira deck where we've featured nearly every single round. What makes your deck so different to everyone else's Ira deck that has been played at this tournament?
So my deck tries to out-defend the other Ira decks. So, I play a few more defensive cards, and I've got yellow sigils. I end up on a little bit more life than they do, which means that I can keep doing the block attack parity right the way down, and then at the end I should usually have a few more life, which puts me in a spot, which puts my opponent in a spot where I get to choose when to take damage nearer the late game, and then I start droning them before they are able to drone me, basically.
It's a good thing. So you've mentioned you playing yellow sigil, which I don't think we've seen at all before this feature match. What are the reasons why you're playing that? Because not a lot of people are playing. They're playing the red one, but they're not exactly playing the yellow one as well. Why is that?
Oof. Because Nick Butcher told me to. It was an interesting thing that my testing partner yourself brought up with me a few days ago, in that. All of the things that I seem to be worried about, and the fact that I'm a drone deck that also has these weapons that can continuously deal damage right into the end game. The longer the game goes, the more advantage I'm going to get. And the games I was losing was when the games were over pretty early. So when aggro decks or brute or whatever basically managed to deal 20 damage to me in the first 20 something damage to me in the first 5 turns. And the games that I was winning was when I managed to get both my sigils off and I was at a comfortable life total and able to gradually block through throughout the game and eke them out on damage. So Yellow Sigil was definitely the biggest thing that changed that parity. It just meant that I have more life to play with, which gets me to my red sigils, which gets me to my other yellow sigil, which, over the course of the game I have 30 life, which is pretty much all I need, because I've got I can continuously make force them to block with cards and get later into the game.
Awesome. That's a good reason. I think a lot of people are going to be picking that one up in the future.
Yeah, Yellow Sigil. Oof, that's a card in Blitz, I tell you.
So your last round opponent in the final will be an Ira mirror match, and you'll be either Jacob Pearson or Kale McCreath, who you both you have experience against both of them in tournaments. How do you think you're going to go against either of those players?
Well, I don't think I've ever lost to Kale in a tournament, and I have lost to Jacob. So I think I'm a little bit more scared of Jacob. But Kale's deck's a little bit different. Kale's deck has some serious RNG to it that if my hands don't line up well against his, he can just kill me very, very quickly.
For sure.
His deck's extremely aggressive, so that is scary, but generally I believe that my flick-flacks will sort of carry me through that the matchup. I did play him in Swiss, and I beat him handedly there. So, but yeah, either way, it's going to be pretty interesting.
This should be good for the viewers as much as anything else. It's going to be a classic game. One last question: what advice do you have for people listening on Blitz or in IRA in general?
Blitz, the cool thing about Blitz is the games are so fast that you can play, so many games in a sitting. So, and Blitz, the more you play, the better you'll get with your deck, pure and simple. So the best thing about Blitz is, find a friend that is pretty hard out or pretty dedicated to improving their game, and just sit down and play a bunch of games, and you'll start to figure things out really, really quickly. In terms of IRA, the most important thing is to figure out how much damage you're going to take throughout the course of the game. You need to, whenever you're playing that deck, because it's such a pure mid-range deck, you need to always be aware of the cards that they've played. So everything in their graveyard, any red cards that they've pitched, you need to be very, very aware of their threats. And as long as you're very aware of their threats, you'll never get caught out.
All right.
Yeah.
What has been the MVP card in your deck this tournament?
What's the combo piece after Crane Dance?
Heron's Flight.
Zen State. Zen. Open the center. Find center.
Find center.
Find
Absolutely.
center, yeah.
Find center has been the MVP by far. So most of my games in the Swiss are near the end of the game. I just bang a Find Center into my arsenal, wait until I draw a Crane Dance, play Crane, take a little bit of damage, go Kadachi, Crane Dance, and then crack my Snapdragon to give it go again, and then Find Center. They, pretty much anything that's not Guardian, if they're not playing Guardian, they can't block it. It either kills them because it's attacking for 2 plus the 1 of my equipment, or it makes a Zen State token, which is basically that token is worth like 3 cards. It sits around for 2 turns and it eats up so much of the damage. It's just it's not playing fair at all.
All right, awesome. Well, we wish you the best of luck in your finals match.
Is it Jacob?
It is Jacob.
Oh, I'm going to be playing against Jakey Pearson. It's going to be interesting.
All right. Well, it's going to be a hype game. 2 well-known players. We wish you the best of luck.
Yeah, thank you.
And hopefully we see one of you or both of you come back after this match to have a post-match interview.
Okay, cool. Thanks for that, mate.
All right.
Okay,
Good luck.
cheers. Bye.
Good luck, dude.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
Alrighty, I'll jump into my watching position.
All right. This is interesting. We're finishing. Technically, this is our last Rhodes event because it got postponed. So we're finishing our Rhodes event how we started it with Jacob Pearson versus Matt Rogers.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's just the way it is, right?
Yeah.
History always repeats itself, and so here we are with two of the probably the most well-known players in New Zealand, right?
Yeah.
At this
Very
rate, they're very successful.
Yeah, very different decks than they were playing
last time in the first Rhodes, it was classic constructed. It was dash control versus dash mid range, and here we are many months later. It is Blitz format, and it is Ira versus Ira. Interesting.
So I'm sure both of them know exactly what the other person's playing. I think we saw Jacob playing. He's playing a kind of like ancestral empowerment, whereas Matt's definitely on the more defensive type of game plan.
Yeah.
So we'll see which one comes out on top. It should be hell of a game. The winner's getting a gold foil. So
yeah, so and this is going to be very interesting too, because obviously these two would have played this match 100 times.
For sure.
As we said, they live in the same house. They play a lot of Fab between the two of them, and definitely two men that know each other's game style very much. So it's going to come down to almost the draw of the cards here, I think.
For sure.
Both men very methodical. They don't make a lot of mistakes. So.
And it just goes to show that everyone who we interviewed said they just play the game a lot.
Yeah,
they just play a lot, and the two finalists are the ones who probably play the most and against each other. So
absolutely,
there really is something to that, right? You just jam out your games, go to your local game store.
Yeah, find a flatmate or a partner that's happy to play games at home. Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. So who have you got in this one?
This is tough. I mean, it's hard to bet against Matt. I mean, it really is hard. But if anyone can do it, I think Jacob Pearson can do it. And I think, to be fair, I mean, I think it's going to come down to luck of the draw a bit. But I think it'd be really fitting if it was Jacob that pulls this off, because he started with a win all those months ago. He could finish with a win. I mean, otherwise, really, Matt picking it up is probably the most dominant Rhodes season that, I mean, it's going to be tough.
Might ever have.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for anyone to be as dominant as Matt has been this season. So this is going to be this is going to be a slobber knocker for sure, and I'm looking forward to it. I put it this way: I wouldn't be betting anything on this because there's no guarantees on who's going to win this.
So you don't want to put on a bet out there? You don't want to give a prediction?
Okay, I'm going to say Jacob Pearson, but I'm not putting the house on it.
All right. I'm going to go Matt just to be against you.
Yeah, fair enough.
We could cheer for the other. Only one of us can have bragging rights.
That's right.
On who we called as the winner.
That's right. All right. Here we are.
The game soon.
Just starting straight off the bat. Kadachi.
It started, Alan. You have to put back your thing. You have to put the
Alan.
Yeah.
There we are.
All right.
So
it looks like, and Jacob's chosen to go first. I think he was the highest seed.
Yes,
so.
he was third seed to Matt's fourth. So definitely trying.
So he's gotten out a red flick on the first turn there. Jacob has. So that's.
And that's
a win, and that's a win.
And both players using a red drone there, Matt to defend with and Jacob to attack with. So those are now on the bottom of the decks. So.
It's interesting that Jacob chose to go second in his feature match earlier in the Iron Mirror, but he's chosen to go first in this one.
I would imagine comes down to just the amount of times that they've played this matchup.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. And potentially because he knows Matt's playing a lot more sigils, and so going first is kind of gain more chance to gain life.
Yeah, and again, just one Kadachi getting through there. Again, I think this is going to be very, very methodical, this match. You see the Kadachi, lots of Kadachis trying to bait out some defense. I mean, because
there's a command for 7. Just huge. That's a huge tempo swing right there.
And
Really
especially
forces out cards. Probably forces out that breaking scales.
yeah, and Jacob would know that Matt is playing extra defense reactions in this build, so this is a solid play here.
Yep, so we're going to get 2 cards out, and there could have
2.
been a lunging press there, but
Yeah,
not this time.
2 cards and the breaking scales. That
It's a pitch of a sigil.
he will be happy to that. Pitch for yellow sigil there. So that's gonna get him 2 Kodachi hits.
Yeah, see, that's the thing about Yellow Sigil. It also has the resources so you can actually get that double Kodachi hit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did he take the second
It looks like it. Yeah.
harmonizing Kodachi? Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. He chose to just pitch with that last card in hand, which I think is a flick flack. Maybe it's a red flick flack, and so pitching it wouldn't have been the best idea.
Quite possibly. And again, scratch, flick
There's a
flack
blue flick flack.
from Arsenal.
Best card to use it on, right? The perfect block perfectly, and now your cards with combo are going to be able to block that entire torrent of tempo with 1 card. So that's probably why it's so strong in this mirror match.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and you've got to know that these players knew that they were going to see a lot of IRAs, so
Yeah.
So definitely the builds show that. Oh, pitching a red sigil.
Another
there.
sigil.
And that's a red one.
I like it, to be honest. You know, you get to the late stage of the game, you're gonna have more. You're gonna have more in the tank come in later game.
Fair enough. Oh, and
You're
that's
gonna pitch the drones and thing. Oh, there's another command for
There's
7, man, an all red hand, and he's able to get something off.
yeah, that is solid.
Now it looks like Jacob might be forced to use 2 cards in that breaking scale.
Yeah, which is what Matt had to do against his earlier. So turnabout's fair play. Oof, two torrent of 10 foes and the breaking scale. Oof. So red and a yellow torrent used by Jacob there. Coming in, Kodachi hit.
Another Kodachi hit.
Matt looking to block this one potentially.
It's not as threatening as the needle. 1 less damage.
Yeah, but obviously just can't afford to play the needle in this matchup because of the defense reactions.
So Matt's thinking here. He's got a somersault in hand, which is not where you want that card to be. You definitely want it to be in your arsenal.
Yeah, I mean he could use it here, but
maybe he wants to save it to put it in his arsenal for next turn so he can get that
totally
1-for-1 trade off a Soul Beat Strike. Because Red Soul Beat Strike is just a very powerful card, especially without the breaking scales up.
absolutely.
And he's going to use it here.
Oh, and a razor. This is
I think he's fine with that, honestly.
yeah.
You take 3. He knows Jacob only plays 1. Nothing much to think. Nothing much to. He's not. I don't think he's sad about that at all. To be honest, he'll happily take that trade. And then Matt again with the Kodachi poke. We're going to see a lot of this game.
Yeah,
These two are gotta go late. They've both got drones in their deck.
Yeah. Oh.
There's that lunging press. There's a blue whelming dust wave.
Solid.
Obviously not a great card because you're not able to play Mugenshi Release in an Iroh deck, but
yes,
it's threatening.
That's right. You can't play Megenshi's Release in an Iroh deck. Sorry, just
which I have heard that has been a mistake that's been made by Matt Rogers.
That is a mistake that was made by Matt Rogers at the last Radio Reflex event. So, he may be the national champ. He may win 13-0, but he's not infallible.
Yep. And it's probably people are going to hold that against him for the rest of his fab career. I'd say just to really rib on him.
Trust me. And the night that he came 4th in a six-man hobby league, don't.
You were telling him. You were talking about it.
Yeah. I mean, I bet him.
Oof. Not a lot of people can say that one. Huh? And here he's in the final.
Yeah. Well,
give up your spot graciously on your birthday. You could have been in here against Matt.
That's right. I would have been playing his least favorite deck as well in KO. which is
Oof.
which is.
I mean,
good.
it's the best hero in the game when you roll 5s and 6s.
That's right. That's right.
But it's just when you don't roll 5s and 6s that you realize that you made wrong decisions throughout the entire thing.
I don't know. Primeval Bellows helps a lot with that deck.
Yeah, because it doubles its effective value.
Yeah, absolutely.
You might as well just go all out, roll 5 and 6. Come on, let's do it. You know, not the.
Yeah,
I don't need to roll the dice. No, we're rolling dice.
Yeah,
That's it. I'm going to attack you for 25 one go. You know.
And we see a 2-card blocking that E strike.
Jacob's up some life here, so.
Yeah.
But Matt does have those sigils in the deck still.
And yeah, he has set that. Oh, look at that! Another command code 7.
Maybe he'll have to use that mask.
It's so important in this matchup to really.
Because he definitely doesn't want to use a command in his hand if he's drawing that command, because it's just such a good card in this match.
Yeah. So.
Maybe he'll have to use the mask.
Maybe he's just going to sacrifice.
He's just getting rid of it. Oh, that's brutal. And the flick flag. Oh my goodness, no. That is a swing. That is a swing.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe he wants to keep the mask because he has something planned with it. But he's gotten rid of his. He's got ancestral empowerment still, but he's got rid of his razor. I don't know how much you're going to get effectiveness of that mask.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
He's flick-flacked, so he's going to ask them to pass.
I mean, there is just also the case of holding it for the end of the end when it really gets essential to use. I mean, and that's what a lot of players often will throw away their armor too early in a game, and they get to the end of the game and go, oh man, I wish I still had that one extra piece to block with. And both these guys are veteran players that know you got to get maximum value when you do use your equipment to block with. Oh, look at that!
So we're coming with a flying kick, a card that Matt's put in his deck at the last minute. Has really clutched it out for him in both of his feature matches.
Yeah, I love this card. I mean, I love this card in IRA.
I really like it. Just out of nowhere, 7 damage.
Yeah,
really.
But Jacob managing to fully block it with Crane Dance and a Singh below. So, I mean, Matt's not going to be unhappy seeing that red Singh below go, because he knows to go rid of that red flick flack early, and it's he knows he's winning that race of defense reactions.
Yeah, and he's got those sigils still. And he's going to Fateful Singh here, which he's going to put that card to the bottom. So he's going to remove shooting, and he's going to come in with a drone. All right, this is a big turn. And he's got that fine center in his arsenal. As Matt said in our post, in our interview, he loves that fine center in the arsenal, so he can combo off with the.
Yeah, especially late game.
Yeah, because those Kadachis, they're not doing any damage.
Yep.
And he's going to have those sigils as well, so. You could feasibly have a turn where you don't pitch anything, come in with a Crane Dance, pop the scalers, attack with the fine center, play a couple of sigils from your hand, and all of a sudden your opponent's not going to do any damage to you. You've gained a 5 life, and it's just, oh, what happened? I had advantage, now I don't.
Yep.
He's going to fake. He's probably going to take 2 here. He's putting it to the bottom. He might be digging for that Crane. Unless he's got it already, which he might.
Flick flack.
It pitch that flick flack. They're definitely making sure they're counting every single defense react that they're pitching and putting to the bottom.
Yeah, absolutely. They know this game's going to go long, so getting those set up is solid. Coming in with that +1 to the card.
He's taken 2.
Oh, taking it. There's that find the center.
He hasn't got the. He must want to ask them something else. So it's just 2 damage on this fine center.
Yeah, it is. Although now Mask is online as well because he's let those two Kadachis hit, so he has to block this, or Matt's going to get that draw.
And he's got the scalers as well, so it actually does matter.
Totally. Oh, it takes
He's going to take it.
Draws it.
Draw
Oof.
Mask. All right. Well,
Jake.
all right. He hasn't got that sigil. All right. We thought maybe he would have the sigil for the extra value, but
Alright.
Jacob's got a plan here because
Well, he
just
took
let
a
that
lot
go.
of damage to keep all 4 cards. So let's see what he's got. Kadachi, Whirling
It's
Miss
whirling.
Wilson with the +1 off Ira's ability.
Yep. So he's repping an Ancestral and a Razor. We know he's used one Razor, but Matt, I assume Matt might know his deck list and knows he plays one. Maybe he plays 2, I'm not sure, but Matt would know better than me what his deck list is, so we'll see how.
Sure.
This definitely is going to require 2 cards to block. It's that Ancestral.
Yeah, I mean, and often that's actually all you want out of Miss Wilson, right? It's sort of like it's great if it goes off, but like a lot of the time you just want to get 2 cards out of your opponent's hand.
Yep, and maybe he wants to get that mask out of the way.
Possibly.
He's got Sigil in his hand, and he's got a Flick Flack. He's got a Flick Flack.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. So you can block with 1 card. If he gets Ancestral or Lunging Press, he just plops the Flick Flack down. Not the biggest deal. Really tanking here. All right, he's going to use. Oh, he's going to use the Tunic as well.
Wow, really making sure of it.
All right, it's just resolving. And just, we see that rainbow foil Tunic just out in the Unlimited set.
Yeah.
More opportunities to be able to get the card that people are finding as a staple.
Exactly.
All right, and there's
Soul
Beat
Beads.
Strike.
That's a lovely card at this point of the turn.
Yeah.
Sigilling up. Now he's got to decide: is he going to block fully, or is he going to let Jacob go again?
Yeah, and you see Matt's got the Sigil in his hand too, so another card you can block with.
Oof. Draws the card.
Sorry.
Down to 2.
The call failed. All right, 1 sec.
I think.
My phone's died battery.
The phone's died there.
Okay, well, that's nearly over.
All right. I will talk you through it as it goes. So.
No. We can't share the stream.
So
Nick was actually watching this.
Matt is just coming out with the Kadachi here. As usual. Matt is looking through
He's
the
used that
graveyard.
Ancestral now, which is only a 1 of.
Yeah.
But he's on 2 lives, which is not the big deal because he does have a lot of sigils that he has not used. So
That is correct.
Very.
That is correct, and they're going to come hard and fast at some point.
Yeah.
Oh, so Jacob here blocking with the mask to block that second Kadachi. Matt follows it up with a red Torrent of Tempo.
Yep, great. And it's going to get that +1, I'm fairly sure. And then he's going to be able to put that Sigil in Arsenal, which.
Oh,
Jacob does have another. He does have a command in his deck, so.
Jacob just played a Sigil from his Arsenal, taking him up to 7. So 7 plays 2. Now he's got the decision to make on whether or not. Oh, and he's going to take the full hit from the Torrent of Tempo. It's 2 apiece. That's again.
And Matt has got that Sigil in his Arsenal.
Yeah, Jacob is wanting to come into this turn with a full hand. Pitches a Whelming Gust Wave, comes out with the Kadachi. Of course, Matt now has to block these because there is definitely. Matt takes the first one down to 1. Oh, Jacob following up with a E-Strike for hard to tell. Not sure what he haven't. Not sure if he's gone with go again or coming in for 8 there. I would imagine he's probably coming in for 8, being that this is the second card of the game of the turn. Matt, oh yep, and there we are. The scalers pop to give it go again. Matt having to block with 3 cards against that E-Strike.
Yep.
And he gets it. Jacob gets it with a red Solby strike after. And Matt, it was not the sigil in his arsenal. It was a razor reflex. So, wow, what a game! That is, and as we said, these two guys have played each other a whole lot. So, well done. And as we said, just fitting. The roads ends the way it began with Jacob Pearson taking another final off Matt Rogers. So. Matt's just showing where all the sigils were left in his deck. That is a tough beat, but I think both men have got to be pretty happy with how that game played out, and not many mistakes happened, and just a great way to finish a great tournament. I'm not sure if Jacob's going to open this. All right.
Gonna get Jacob in?
Are you there, Nick?
Yep.
All right, we've got Jacob here, so I'm going to pull up a seat and put him on so you can have a quick talk with him. But before I put you onto him, Nick, I'm just going to say to Jacob, well done. Finish the way you started Rhodes with a win against Matt. That is a great day. Well done.
Yeah, hey everybody, thanks Ian. Oh man, my heart's racing.
All right,
So
we're
close.
here with the champion
Yeah, for
of
once.
the Road to Nationals, Jacob Pearson. Congratulations. Everyone in the chat really giving their praise to you for that great game.
Oh, yeah, thanks so much for all the support, guys. What a day.
Just talking about all the support, I just still want to point out when you go back and watch this that I picked you to win, whereas Nick picked Matt. Just saying.
Yeah.
Hey, I was only doing it just to be against Ian here, right? Everyone's a winner here.
Oh, awesome! Thanks so much. But yeah, what a game! It was a real back and forth. I was really lucky. Matt tucked away his sigils early, and I was able to close out the game really fast before he managed to chain them together. Whew.
Yep, for sure. So, what was your hardest matchup of the day? Seeing it.
Was actually my semi-final match against Cal McCreath. He was playing an extremely aggressive variant of Ira. That kept me on the back foot the whole game. I was just constantly taking three a turn, constantly defending with my whole hand, attacking back with Kodachis, blocked my whole hand, coming back with Kodachis. It was really, really, really tight. I only managed to win to a lucky turn of events when Cal tried to go for an Art of War play on a snatch and didn't draw any follow through. And let me just keep enough cards in my hand to punish him and seal out the game. But it was very, very close.
Well, that's how it goes. Sometimes you do have to clutch them out in those close games, and that's how you separate the good from the great players, you know?
Yeah, that's it.
So, what was your testing like coming into this tournament?
So I was playing with my flatmate and partner in crime, Matt Rogers. Basically 3-4 hours a night, every night, going to all the local hobby leagues, trying to see what everyone was trying out. And yeah, obviously paid off. Both of us making it to the finals, all that hard work. Turns out it does get you somewhere, so it's pretty awesome to see that as a result.
How happy were you to see me not play KO today?
Yeah. Very, very happy, and oh my god, it still gives me nightmares.
So what's next for you now that you've stamped yourself as the Blitzcon champion? What's next on the agenda?
Hopefully looking forward to that calling at the beginning of next year and being able to claim my title in that one. I imagine the competition's going to be even more crazy than it was today. But yeah, I look forward to it. It's got a lot of new interesting decks came out today that I've never seen before as well. A lot of variants of some current builds that were very, very clutch. It was extremely close. But yeah, unfortunately, I have to go now. But thank you so much for commentating today. It was awesome to hear you guys in the background. And yeah, hope everyone stays home, stay safe. COVID, all that jazz.
Wash your damn hands.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
Let's go.
All right, Jacob
Go.
Jacob and Matt having to run away there, but well done again to Jacob. As I said, what a fitting way for our road season to finish. The way it started with Matt and Jacob fighting it out, Jacob coming away with a win. I'm coming away with a win against you, Nick, so that is bragging rights for me. Thanks for joining us today, even with all our technical difficulties. It's been great to have you along on the stream.
Yep. Yeah, of course. And all the people in the audience, it's nothing without those people watching from home and really supporting the game and supporting your podcast in general. Make sure that you check it out Wednesday night, 6:30 on New Zealand time. If not, you should be able to check it on the YouTube channel. All the support helps.
It's Alan back here. I've been off camera for most of the day. I'd just like to do some thank yous. First, thank you to everyone that tuned in. If you've got some feedback for us, please send it through to info@radioreflex.net. Or hit us up on Facebook. I'd like to thank Ian for coming out on his birthday and not playing the event, and doing commentary is not easy. And Nick, thank you very much. Nick's had to be here through multiple technical difficulties. I mean, he came straight from the gym, shower, and onto. So yeah, Nick, thank you very much for mainly bearing with me. Through my lack of organisation, but yeah, thank you. Big thanks to Mighty Ape, David, who organised this event and was here at like 7 a.m. to get it all done. Thank you to Mighty Ape in general. Thank you to the 44 players who turned up. Thanks to our top 8, and congrats to Jacob for winning. Definitely. If you guys enjoyed this, Radio Reflex, hopefully we'll try and do more of us. I learned a lot of things today, thank you everybody.
One final thing. Are you there?
Yep. What is it?
Make sure you check out Ian's Movember campaign and donate as much as you possibly can. $1, it all helps.
Yeah, good point. It is a fine mustache. It is a fine mustache as well. So. And certainly, if I remember, it's in terms of, it's in support of men's mental health
and suicide prevention.
As somebody that's especially recently struggled with that for the last couple of years, it's pretty special to me that Ian is doing something like that as well. So. Thanks for reminding me of that, Nick. But otherwise, as Ian would say, wash your damn hands.
Catch you next time.
Peace out to everyone on the stream. Thank you very much, guys. Catch you on the next Radio Reflex stream.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, all.